Oh, here we go. I've done a massive amount on this on my time off, but it's still a lot to do. The more I do, the more I see that needs to be done. Well, it's turning out okay. Just collect my junk. Okay. And we will be off. I think I've got these ones, have I? Oh, the other didn't. I gotta get those out of the way. These ones are okay. I think. Here we go. Let's get this out of the way. So we're at spring. We'll work through this one quickly right this summer. Okay. My God. Just trim this down a little bit, and then we're off. To keep it down to about 5,000 on each of the grains. Just grab them quickly. Okay, almost there. The flour. Oh, just trim that down. Okay. We look like we're good to go. Yep. Now we just grab the food, but hang on for a moment and I see if we got anything left over from this summer. I doubt it. But there's been a massive amount of work done on the left side. Some things I was checking out as well, I seem to have kind of worked out. With this settlement in particular, I want to do the best I can with it, with what I have. I won't be coming back again, unless they come out with a different game maybe. What am I getting now? Oh yeah. This is the little patch I was working on here. Yeah, I took the puns from here, it was too many and ridiculous. So went with something like this. And this. I've been working down the back and I pretty much finished down it here. Now I've got to work on these shortly. It only takes a moment. But I skipped this. I needed to start a bigger kind of thing on the other side. And this. We can get this during. We'll do all this in the spring. Try and finish it completely. This is my little Stonehenge, Croc henge. And then the finishing stuff on these. So this is the kind of covered look I was looking for, you know, with all the trays. Much different than the other one where, you know, it was pretty open. This kind of stuff. Once I have it done 100% complete, I'll wait till summer then clean it up, so it'll be better to show it. All of that junk is cleaned up. But it's pointless doing it now, it just happens every season. And I did a lot down there as well, but okay. This will all blossom in summer. Oh, hi, Silmac. And how have you been? Okay, where is that stupid, oh, I think it's down here. I need the herbalist hut. What to play or oh, literally what to do? Oh. Now let's just get rid of this and then we're on our way.
Hey, I was using that.
Yeah, that's the one we need. We're good. This settlement is taking up a huge amount of time. Not that I'm complaining too much, but they can be deceiving. There's so many small, you know, tiny things to do. Now, let's get going. Let's sell this junk. We'll get back, and then we have a lot of time to do this. Right, we're ready to go. What's the play, yeah? I don't know, I find for me anyway, on Xbox it's pretty easy to decide because there's not a lot of stuff I want to play on Xbox. You know, stuff like Fallout, which I've played to that, The Elder Scrolls, these kind of games are few and far between. But at least they're eventually getting to Xbox. I was looking at a few programs there, you know, about that AI tech. They're trying to push in the huge amounts of RAM that they've been buying up, you know, from these companies like Sony, which would be the biggest, if not one of the biggest, you know, for supplying RAM. But I don't know. It's going to drive up the prices of a lot of stuff. I think in some cases, RAM it's gone up by actually 500%. It's ridiculous. Is on console. And which one was that? But you're gonna see consoles and stuff going literally sky high, because I think there was a memo leaked from Sony. Sony make cell phones and stuff like that. But its own department requested some RAM for making phones, Sony phones, and it denied them the RAM because they wanted to keep selling it to AI because of the prices they've been getting. So if the guys making RAM will not even give it to their own companies to make their own products, it's looking pretty bad. But that's a huge bubble, that AI thing. That the sooner that pops, the better. Yeah, Sony denied its own phone manufacturer RAM because it was getting a fortune from those idiots in AI. Yeah. We are toast, Selmac. Now, because the prices of consoles have gone up, but PC especially, Xbox have said that their cloud subscription has gone up by 45%, but they didn't say what it was already at, so that doesn't mean much in itself, but still, it's an unsettling trend. If everyone starts going to cloud, they've really got us where they want us. So, that was their answer all along. Make consoles and PCs so expensive that people will have no choice. This might be the thing that actually cracks the whole thing, that pops that bubble, that gaming thing. The last time that happened, I can remember, it would have been the early 80s. Yeah, it was something else for that, I think. But greed knows no bounds. But imagine that, a company denying one of its own departments RAM to produce their products because they were selling it to AI. But isn't it Sony? They produce what, like 50-60% of RAM? But anyway, they said in the very, very near future, within a month, early next year, RAM prices will be going up. Or was it? Yeah, either RAM or console prices will be going up 10%. How's that? And the movie industry as well. The junk that they've been coming out with. The flop movies and all of that silliness that nobody will go to the cinemas to see. They're trying to claw back some money now. What they've been doing is they've been putting pressure on Fire Stick developers like Amazon to stop people putting third-party apps on their phones. And Amazon has been kind of clamping down on third-party apps, I see. Which is bad news for Amazon because there's plenty of other sticks out there that are not so, how could I put this, evasive with their customers, let's say when it comes to privacy. So I can see a drop in stocks on Amazon as well because of this. Now, of course, Amazon's official reason is that they're protecting customers from viruses and malware. When, of course, we all know what it exactly is. Why would you watch Amazon programs when there's free apps out there that are much better? So it's more of a move, I'd say, to kind of increase your own ecosystem, I'd say, to force people on that. Yeah, pretty interesting developments over the past couple of months. Not like it wasn't coming. Oh, hi Terry. Now let's see. Oh, sugar. We'll just get him out of the way. We'll quickly do our rounds. To take. You'll have to resort to the old ways. A piece of string and a door. It must be a sad state of affairs, Terry, in the UK. You've been suffering with that tooth for what? A year at least? Things have slowed down here a little bit, but, you know, if you need any dental work, you know, worst case scenario would be a couple of months. More than a year. I don't know. How are you putting up with that system? It's not good, no. But in a sense there, when it comes to politics, it's much the same here. It's a kind of a two-horse race here, and you know, in the UK we'll either be Labour or Tories. Pretty much the same here with two parties. Both are equally incompetent, you know. You get one that pushes a little bit too much towards the right, enriching the rich, and then you've got, let's say, the guys that go too far to the left, who try to put Mother Teresa to shame, you know. Each one of these parties, they're anti-citizen, you know. Of course they did. Isn't that their motto? Let's break it. Oh, it's a crazy, crazy world indeed. Yeah, it's like waking up, isn't it, in the Twilight Zone? I'm at a loss for words, to be honest, the way I see things going, from politics to consumerism, let's say, and to gaming. It's like everyone woke up crazy. Absolutely, yeah. It would be nearly worth your while. Oh, you can't now, you're not part of the EU. Yeah, if you were still part of the EU, to just get a cheap flight on a plane, you know, if you have any friends or relatives here, and get them done here. Get them done for free. Yeah. But I don't know if that system is still going now, because I think you left the EU a while back. And you can actually do that. It's not illegal or anything. It's not be a resident, as long as you're part of the system. And even at that, I think they'll still do it. Even if you're just living there temporarily. But, you know, if you've got to move to another country to get some dentist work done, you know there's a problem, you know. Yeah, there's obviously a big problem if that's the case. Oh my. Well, it seems, you know, every time I catch up with the latest events and what's going on, I find it, well, I suppose not that surprising, but, you know, going further and further down exactly where I thought it might end up.
How have you been? I've got everything you need.
Okay, let's get rid of this junk.
Be safe.
I don't know if any animals died. Let's see. We need to get these rounds done as quick as we can, and then we can get straight back. No, I don't think any died. Oh, there is one cow. Always the cows. Donkeys and horses are almost immortal. One cow. Oh, I'll tell you, that PC thing is going to get out of control. My God, it's a feeding frenzy. Oh my. Oh. Oh, that's horrible. Maybe you mislaid him, but... Unbelievable. Surely there must be some respite, there must be something you can do, some kind of emergency situation. You know, it's absolutely... It's ridiculous. But I haven't even visited the UK in years. And it's been what? Oh my God. We're in now 2025. Well, almost 40 years ago since I've lived there. But things were pretty good in the 80s in the UK. You know, prices were cheap. There was plenty of work. The NHS was pretty decent. Yeah, it's took a big tumble, from what I can see. Probably. It's when you breathe in from your mouth, you're probably taking in air and it's getting to the nerves in your tooth. Yeah. Not so bad, let's say. You know, you're breathing in back in the warm air. Yeah, I suppose it might help a little bit. Oh, your tooth must be in a real bad way. Have you been trying that baking soda toothpaste? That would help a little bit, let's say, you know. If you want to go to sleep at night.
Welcome.
Give you a half an hour's break so you can drop off. But it's only something you would use really just for about a week or so. You know, if you're waiting for an appointment to get something done. So what do you need? It's an extraction, yeah? Most of them. Yeah, that could take some time. So have you got some kind of gum condition that they all kind of, you know, went at the same time? Oh, horrible.
Take care. Can I? Been offender since before you could walk.
Oh, let's get rid of this junk.
Have a good day.
So just one cow on the way and we'll grab that.
Can I help you with best prices in the area?
Now this is the last run, I'll be buying up this junk. Oh yeah, okay.
Have a good day.
Right, let's go. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, I don't think that would literally make your teeth rotten, Terry. Yeah. I don't think emotion would come into it there. Well, usually if you need a few that's going at the same time, it's usually some kind of gum disease or something like that. Hmm. Or maybe excessive sugary foods. Over time, yeah, that will break your teeth down. I don't think bullying would do that to your teeth. Oh, you mean the emotional trauma? Yeah. So, neglect born out of depression. Yeah. Yeah. So they all probably need to go then. Yeah. Now. Okay. Let's go.
Constant process. Welcome.
Oh, hang on, before I go. I'm still looking for certain pieces for the settlement. So, there's a bandit camp. Well, when it does spawn in, it gives me one of those robe things I'm looking for, and they're pretty rare in the game. You see it there? We'll just have a quick check. We'll see if they're there. If they're there, we'll hit them hard and we'll get that. It's the only bandit camp that spawns in that I could find that actually has them. It's only one, but it's worth it. Very rarely will they pop up with that vendor. Oh. Hang on. We have, okay. We'll go straight to Kostovia from here. In case they need, God knows what he wants. And I don't want to sell it. In case he needs it. So let's see. If they spawned in, it should be here. No. It's roughly around there if they spawn in. Okay, pity. Yeah, I think they spawn, it spawns here. Right there. Okay, let's go straight to Kostovia. It's finally online. Well, the only thing they're interested in fixing is the store, which is unbelievable. They've broken the game, and the only time they want to fix it is to fix the store to sell more stuff for that game.
You
Okay, Kostovia. We'll see what he needs. I don't know, I just couldn't stomach it, to be honest. I'd followed online. Ah, okay, let's see what you want.
How is life treating you?
Okay, let's see what he's looking for. La 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 la. Oh, we've got all of that. Cool. Oh, at least we know. Done.
Welcome. You need anything?
Done and done. Okay.
Good
I
luck.
envy you simpletons. It's easy to be happy when you don't realize.
We need a cow. I suppose we'll grab it here.
Welcome.
Alright, we should be finish this one shortly. We'll get back and we'll start building.
The highest quality.
It's just some things I've got to collect here. Especially those maple ceilings.
Goodbye, dear.
Now, where's that guy? We pay our taxes here. Let me get those two main ones out of the way.
Greeting. I've been a vendor since before you could walk. Farewell.
Great is in my nature. It was nice.
Alright, we need a cow. There, we're all done. Now, right, let's get back to it.
How are you?
Okay. Now we'll start from where we should have started from here.
What? Let me show you my wares. Take care.
Oh, I don't need a settlers this time. By the time I finish the settlement, the rest of the guys should be of working age, which should be good.
How have you been?
Trade is in my nature.
Good luck.
No. Oh, I suppose, okay, we'll walk it. There's a chance of a few bandit camps here, but to be honest, they won't have the things I'm looking for now. I'm wasting my time. I've hit them before, and it's basically the same camp you get every time, so... No, that one there in the corner, that was the only one I've ever found. One of those, I think they're called corvettes. It's just basically a large blanket. It makes some decent decoration.
Can I help you with anything?
Oh. Have I got wool? Have I got wool? Hang on. No, I don't. I just actually sold it.
Greetings.
Yeah, we don't want to be doing those anyway. We're good.
Quality. Take care.
Greeting. I've been a vendor since before you could walk. Be safe.
Right, let's go.
How are you?
And then we'll have the entire season to ourselves once we get this out of the way. It's the vendor I need to see. Oh, let's see if he's got some stuff I need. It's dodgy. It's not great. You'll never get the stuff you need, and sometimes he doesn't restock properly. But this was the first map. They pretty much solved it on the Oxbow map. I had one of these special vendors kind of resident, so you know, he pretty much had a lot of stuff all the time. Things were not so hard to find.
What can I? I've been a vendor since before you could walk. Good luck.
Go back for a check as well.
Best prizes in the area. Goodbye, dear.
Oh, it's you again.
Right, this will be number 6. I think I've got already done Denica. No, I haven't. That was last season. Yeah, okay, we've got Denica as well.
Ah, another client. Welcome.
I think way too many towns in this game. They cut out 3 of them.
How have you been?
And make 2 of the smaller ones kind of a little bit bigger would have been better. Which they pretty much did on the Oxbow map.
Trade is in my nature. Have a good day.
Now, we've already done Gostovia. So I'll go straight to Denica. I don't want to get it done by nightfall. We'll see.
Hello there.
How do you do?
Yeah, it was last season.
Good luck.
How do you?
This will be the last of the flax I'm buying for some time. I think we've got enough of it.
Have a good day.
Ah, trade is in my nature. Hope to see you soon.
Right, that's another one done.
How can I help you?
Now we've just got 3 villages left. We still haven't found that special vendor, so usually in Hornica. Right. Yeah, okay, this one is easy. I'm already carrying that junk. And let's see what he gave us. He gave us a hammer, that's okay.
You
Now. Okay.
Have it, take care.
Ah!
Point you help! Yes, Rex is in the area.
Let me see now. Okay.
Oh, good luck.
Greeting. Best prices in the area. Farewell.
Welcome. Trade is in my nature. Oh, goodbye, dear.
Right. 2 left. There's only 2 vendors in the next one, but is it? Oh, hi, Wolf. And how have you been? What have you been up to? I was just watching the latest news on tech, and yeah, RAM prices are going sky high. AI has been buying them all up, but and there was a document leaked, I think, from Sony, who manufacture a lot of the RAM, and one of its own departments was requesting some RAM, you know, for the cell phones, the mobile phones they're making, and they were actually denied RAM because they were selling it all to AI. So early next year, I think its RAM prices are going up at least 10%. And a lot of other stuff. They'll probably hit the GPU and CPU things again. And I think Nvidia, what was it? Yeah, Nvidia stopped putting VRAM into the circuit boards. You know, telling the motherboard manufacturers to source it themselves. And that's been a bit of a disaster. I think the sales from motherboards has gone down by 50%, I think, over the past 3 months. They're a joke. Sony have always been a joke. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But there's a massive feeding frenzy now. And let's say, what tends to happen with these kind of bubble things, you get a lot of these corporations, let's say, you know, buying stuff from each other, that kind of stuff, almost like IOUs. The bubble will burst. The sooner the better. There's a lot of investors going to get stuck with this one. Yeah. Yeah, it's absolute madness. Absolute madness. That will drive PC prices sky high to ridiculous levels. Like, you're already dealing with, you know, really good GPUs from Nvidia, like 2-3 grand. Yeah, where are you going with something like that? The need for lithium. They're working on. I see China was doing it as well. Are you referring to the solid-state batteries? Where it can be done with carbon and some other stuff, a lot less rare elements. Yeah. The solid state stuff. Oh, the hydrogen. The Japanese have been working on that. Yeah, the Japanese have been working on the hydrogen. Now, one company said, and it's been leaked, but to be honest, it's just rumor. When they were showing it to the CEOs, I don't know if it was Hyundai or it was one of the big guys anyway, Nissan or Toyota or something like that. But basically, they've got a hydrogen engine. The problem with the hydrogen was, you know, carrying a ton of hydrogen. You know what I mean? I'd say not the safest thing. But apparently, they came up with a system where they've got some chemicals separated, and it would make the hydrogen on the fly, if you know what I mean. Just enough to burn in the engine for when it's needed, making it really safe. If that's the case, that would not only revolutionize cars, but, you know, power. How true that is, I don't know. It's only rumor. Yeah. China have been, how could I put this? They've always been shady. They've kind of blended a type of communism with a kind of free market capitalism. They kind of own little brand of that. Yeah, of course. They've always been. Like, it doesn't help that they've got a guy, well, basically an emperor, you know. When decisions go down to one man, it's always a problem. Well, the world needs to be more self-sufficient, suburban werewolf, yeah. We need to be energy sufficient anyway, at the very least. Which is why I can't understand, when there's, any rare elements or fuels or anything found that, straight away a global corporation comes in and the government just hands it over with a 99-year lease for peanuts. That one has got to stop. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they do use everyone else's work. It's the Wild West there. You're in favour. Trust me, Mac. If you were living under the yoke of monarchy, you'd have a different outlook on that. Yeah. See, the problem with a system where one man says it all and can't be questioned, well, then the whole system is only as good as that man, Mac. So if that man is crazy or evil or bad, well, you're pretty much buggered. And you'll probably be buggered, like, take North Korea, for instance, or even the US back in the day, like, you can get lucky sometimes. You'll get a monarch, let's say, that's, sensible and actually cares about his people, but they're few and far between. The whole thing gets lost, along the way. Yeah, they do. They have a policy as well if a foreign company sets up shop there, and Musk had to do it, Wolf. Any technology they have, they've got to hand it over to the Chinese government. Now, they opened their arms for Musk. He was there for a while, let's say, and then things got too bad and he had to leave. Well, basically, what he did, I've seen happen before. He went in, and whatever techniques and stuff, they learned from him, and then they improved upon it, and then had no more use from it. I've seen this happen times again. Yeah, they don't even need him anymore. Suburban Werewolf, greedy Western corporations who want to save a buck want to go there because it's got a huge emerging market, and it's got really, really cheap labor. So they'll freely move there, and they'll freely hand over their tech. They don't even need spies anymore. That's the irony of it. Much like the government doesn't have to spy on people anymore, because people will freely hand out their information. So yeah, unless it's stuff like, let's say, nuclear secrets or that kind of stuff. But when it comes to tech and stuff like that, these companies will, yeah, they'll hand it over for cheap labor and stuff like that. But basically, let's say, when the US was colonies, Mac, you had King George, I think, would have been on the throne, and they called him Mad King George. But I don't know, there's been debate, but apparently he might have had a genetic disease, a kind of madness from inbreeding, which was a big problem. Let's say with the monarchy, they were pretty tightly linked. So obviously he had his advisors and ministers and whatever. They would be kind of running the show. And the problem is, it's like running a corporation. And if you're, let's say, not competent or ill or whatever the case may be, or in this case, quite mad, the people working under you are supposed to be working, in your interests and the interests of people will use this massive opportunity to self-enrich themselves. And this is exactly what happened in the US. The taxes kept piling on, and almost no representation. Of course, this became a big problem, which led to the War of Independence. You know, that's really just making it short. But this is the problem with a system with one man. It does have a kind of romantic element to it, all right. Some like, you know, one leader, it really goes to tribalism. But, you know, way back in our history, we found that was a really, really bad idea. You know, the Greeks were, you know, big into not doing that. A senate is the best way, but even a senate is not incorruptible, if you know what I mean. But you'd have a better chance of, let's say, having a senate of maybe two dozen, you know, maybe representatives from, you know, different parts of a country or whatever the case may be, voting on a system. But now that's kind of been, if they vote now, let's say, and it's not very popular, they tend to blame each other and all that stuff. But, you know, a person's rights can be trampled on as easily, you know, by 24 people in a Senate as it would be, let's say, by a monarch. And it's up to the people to make sure that they kind of stick together and make sure that people who don't keep their promises or don't seem to be working the interests of the people don't get another term. That's the only defense you've got against something like that. But yeah, it does have a certain appeal to it. Alright. But in practice, duty turns out pretty bad. You know, even if you could get away for a few generations, you know, eventually things will get out of hand. So let's say if you get a really good king. So obviously his firstborn will take over. So he's getting a job that, you know, not merit-based. So if he's incompetent or greedy or nasty, well, basically the whole system changes with him. And that's a very basic look at it, really.
How can I help you?
Like any country that was under imperial occupation, let's say take my country for instance, about 800 years, I think. Let's say back when, in the early days of the US, you know, at the start of the colonies. No, what was the name of the game? It was basically used like a labour camp. You know, they were trying to set up a system, so they needed RimWorld. I'll definitely check it out. I know the book. Yeah, I know the story of RimWorld. I wonder if it's the same thing. Probably not. So they needed a lot of people, but nobody really wanted to go because of, you know, the new diseases and that. The mortality rate was pretty high. So what they did was they sent people to the US as a punishment. Let's say once the US did get its independence, they then started using Australia. But it was mostly a penal camp and stuff like that. Slavery was abolished at the time, but they come up with slavery in another way, and they called it well, basically, it was, you know, where you could actually either get into debt and you'd have to work it out all for a lifetime, being a slave, or the government would, you know, sentence you to maybe 20 years or 40 years of doing it. It was, what was it called again? It's skipping me, but in all intents and purposes it was slavery. You know, that kind of thing. So you have a situation where maybe you've committed a small crime, but they badly needed some new bodies out there. So let's say there's one famous story here about a guy, and it was wintertime, and it was absolutely freezing. But apparently he was accused and charged with stealing some firewood to keep his family warm. So he stole a few bags of firewood. He went to court and he was sentenced to, I think, 20 years hard labour in the colonies. And that would have been called transportation. That kind of stuff, you know. That's what happens when you get one person in charge. Yeah. Oh, Discworld. That's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah. Pratchett, isn't it? Terry Pratchett? Yeah. No, I've never seen the Rimworld thing. That needed a question mark. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I think you're right. I am thinking of Discworld. That would have been Pratchett. That was pretty interesting story, but they kind of messed it up. It had a kind of great storyline, but then it went kind of sideways. Ah, so it's like land on a planet and start off a civilization kind of thing. Hmm. Well, it must be in the other one. I was right.
They're all very well.
Well, let me show you my wares. Hope to see you soon.
Alright, where's the old guy? Oh, come on, tell me there he is. Come here, you.
Oh, another client. Welcome. Have a good day.
Pretty much, but there's people that you can trade or attack you. Cool. Well, it would depend on the graphics and how it's laid out. It seems to be an interesting enough one, doesn't it? If I can remember my history, I think King George drowned in a boating accident. Oh, it's like The Godfather, isn't it? When they bring Frida out on that little trip. But yeah, it's rumoured that they just put him out of his misery. Who knows? Yeah, I could be wrong on that, but from what I remember of history, I'd have to check that one out, to be honest.
Maybe. Hello there.
My memory can be a bit shady at times. Yeah, Mad King George. That was his nickname. No, I haven't, yeah. No, I haven't played Prison Architect. It's more like a kind of a strategy thing, I'm guessing. Where it would have kind of basic elements. It wouldn't be like this, where you'd have these kind of graphics. It would be more like a kind of strategy, kind of top building game. Something like Age of Empires or Civilization. Yeah. Yeah, maybe that kind of old school kind of thing. Yeah, I know the type. Yeah, I know the type. Yeah, it would fall into the category of Civilization and Age of Empires, I suppose. Now, this is the very last one. We can get back and we can start on the settlement. But, you know, monarchy isn't even really a thing these days. Monarchy has been all but abolished. It's a kind of, you know, figurehead now. It turned out, let's say, that it wasn't such a good idea. Maybe the last of the monarchs to go. I suppose Nicholas. Yeah. That would have been just after the First World War, I think. I suppose he would be, one of the last true monarchs, I suppose. And that would be Tsar Nicholas. Yeah, yeah. But just, yeah, in the West, yeah. And he did quite a silly thing. Nicholas. Yeah. But the writing was on the wall since the late 1700s, to be honest. Starting off with the French Revolution. I think that was just before, wasn't it, the War of Independence? The War of Independence was what, 1779? I think it was the 1770s as well, the French Revolution. It's funny when something like that starts, it kind of, catches on. Yeah, the defining one, the one that put the Corsican Napoleon in charge, who turned out to be much worse than the monarchy. Yeah, much worse.
Caves.
To oust the king and replace it with an emperor.
Oh, it's only the best products here. You like the
But they eventually managed to get rid of him. A few wars, probably, yeah. No problem, Terry. It's perfectly okay. Yeah, from what I remember, Napoleon, let's say, they eventually managed to beat Napoleon outright. And that would have been Waterloo, I think. That would have been the British, I think the Austrians, a few European armies, actually. They couldn't kill him outright and make a martyr of him. So they did imprison him in an island, I think it was Elba. Somewhere off the coast of Sicily or Italy or something. But he was there for a few years and eventually died. He was pretty sick. But, they said he just passed away. But I was watching an interesting, I read it somewhere, where basically when he was in prison there, history, that, let's say after a haircut, the barber would sweep up all of the hair and they would give it out to people as mementos, or probably sell it, but there's a lot of samples of his hair, let's say, it was absolutely his, proved by DNA. But when modern forensic analysis, really started to take off, they actually tested his hair, and he was poisoned. Slowly with arsenic. So what they did was they probably mixed arsenic into his food in small doses over time. So he just kept getting sicker and sicker and sicker, and within a year or two he died, and it kind of looked natural. So that's how they killed him off. Arsenic poisoning. Probably. Yeah. No, I was saying that he was poisoned, Napoleon.
spring is when you feel like whistling, even with a shoe full of slush.
Oh, okay, it's a faraway one, isn't it? Gotta wait till morning. trying a new chair in No Man's Sky. A new chair in No Man's Sky. I'm hoping my bug of not being able to scan planets is gone. I've never got a bug like that. Serious. Let me see. What in God's name could be doing that? You've obviously tried other scanners. You've taken off the upgrades, put them back on. Have you tried destroying that and then, let's say, using another one? Oh yeah, that's unplayable like that. That's a pity. No, I've never gotten that bug as serious as that. There's some little temporary problems I've had to deal with now and again. But, you know, it's all been pretty good for me so far. Oh, that's horrible. That would absolutely ruin that game, wouldn't it? Which expedition was it, Sir Mac? Do you know? You haven't overloaded the scanner, let's say, with too many upgrades. Even that shouldn't do it. Now, oh, the Corvette, yeah. What that's done to me now is it's a lot easier to get a crash on a planet because of that. Usually the only time you can scan, and I'd say this is the problem, it's if you've got a basic weapon, even if you've got a scanner on it, let's say, and you haven't got any of the upgrades, you're scanning some items, I presume. It will scan, but you don't get the credit for it, and you can keep scanning the same thing over and over. Is that what's happening? And some of the basic stuff will scan, let's say, and you'll get the payment for it. If that's the case, then it's not registering. It's not registering the parts. I'd imagine that's what's happening to you. I've seen this happen with basic weapons. Oh, you can't. It's the ship. Oh, I see. You can't scan in space. That's stupid. Yeah, it would let you scan on land. With your so it's not the gun then. It's the scanning on the ship. That is weird. That I haven't seen. I've seen it happen with some of the basic weapons, and if you change the, just take off the upgrades, very rare, and put them back on, it would fix that. Yeah. Obviously, you've tried other ships. No, I haven't got that one. But basically, what I would do with that is I would try a few different ships. Did you try going to, well, not to another system, but to another galaxy? Yeah. It's fixed by now. Yeah, if you've gotten to another galaxy, that will fix a lot. Go to, just use one of the gates, go to another galaxy, see if it works there, and then come back. Something as rare as that, I'm not sure, to be honest. Yeah, it seems to be very rare. Well, it's pretty easy. Just get some of the maps from that guy on the station, and you'll find one of the portal gates. Once you find a portal gate, it just takes some stuff to power it up. And what you need to do is, you need to, where there's like 12 or something, things on that ring, just press the same one 12 times, and that will get you to the end of the galaxy within about maybe half a dozen jumps, and then just go straight to another galaxy from there. You should be able to do it in about 10 or 15 minutes, yeah. So you need to get one of the portal gates. So you'll need to look for, I think it's the artifact one or something, I forget which one, but if you Google it, it should come up quick. I've been to about 5 different galaxies in 2 dimensions, but there was no point in going any further, But if you just type in the same thing 12 times, like a fish symbol or whatever, that should get you to within about maybe 50 light years, I suppose. Maybe 100 light years. You know, to the center of the galaxy. It's basically just a starting number, you know, where it kind of moves on from. Very, very, very easy to do. But when you get there, if you want to use that, you know, always put up a gate so you can come back. That's what I did. Yeah, you might find if you get really, really stuck and, you know, get to another galaxy, yeah, try that. I had some problems, let's say, where, you know, those living freighters wouldn't show up at all. I did about 3 dozen systems, and under no circumstances would they show. So I went to another galaxy, and within 2 tries I found one, and then when I come back to my own system, it was working properly. You know, I'd score about 50% of the time. Might work. But definitely worth a try. I'd be surprised how many problems that would fix. It's a great game, yeah. You've obviously checked all of the upgrades and stuff on your ship. Yeah. But I've never even seen that happen. I didn't even know it could happen. I've seen it happen in odd time, but it was due to bad tech on a starting weapon. And that would have been the multi-tool. Never seen that happen on a ship. But yeah, that update has caused a few problems. For me, the problem it's been causing is sometimes when I get to a planet, you know, you meet an NPC or whatever, or you go in and out, I'll get a pause in my menu. Sometimes, rarely, but it does crash, which is brutal if you're doing a daily and weekly quest. You've got to start it all over again. Frustrating. Oh, I've already done that guy. There's Carolina.
How do you do? I've been a vendor since before you.
Alright.
Hope to see you soon.
And Leonard. I'll get that guy.
How do you need anything? Or goodbye, dear.
Right, there's the person I want. Come on now.
Hello. There's goods in the
Sugar. They've got nothing. Yeah. That's horrible. Yeah, there's a zero I want there. I really needed to work this thing out a little bit better. No problem. No problem. It's just that it fixed a few issues for me. Who knows? You might get lucky. Oh, that's a pity. Yeah, there's a few things I needed, but none of them here. Oh well.
See you around.
Bet that if Jorge
Now.
was more in the center, the Castellan would be.
Now I need a bartender here, and then there's 2 more at the end. Okay, we'll get to 2 at the end, and we'll come back for the bartender. Or the innkeeper.
Welcome. Right is in my nature. Hope to see
Right,
you soon.
2 more. He's usually hanging out here. There he is. Okay, just the innkeeper now.
How show you my wares? Oh, be
Right, 1 more and then we're back and we can get into the settlement. I came up against another strange thing in No Man's Sky, Somac. It took me ages to work it out. I don't know if it's a feature or a bug. But you know when you come across those pirate traders attacking another ship? You manage to save the other ship. So you can... well, you get kind of, you know, thanks and credit or whatever for it. And then let's say you pick up... you'll pick up an upgrade from the freighter. And that was all working perfectly. And then let's say, you know, when I save a ship, I would just get some cash from the ship, but no upgrades. This happened about 20 times or more. So it all dried up and I couldn't work out what was happening. But then I came up with a system. Well, basically, I would come in, I'd just take out the engines of the ship. Then I would work on the force field. I would leave 2, let's say, on the pirate freighter. If ever I go in there, I'll show you again. And let's say basically when you take out the force field, you don't have to take out the weapons or surrender. But I'd wait till the other ship was defeated and then take out the force fields. And only then would I get the upgrade. I pretty much got all the upgrades I need now. That was the only way I could actually get upgrades. I couldn't get 2 rewards from it anymore. I don't know if it's a thing. Maybe it was always there and I just didn't see it. But you're definitely better off with the upgrades. I think I've got them maxed out now. Okay, where is she? There she is, Helga. And she's the last one and then we're history. Helga, Helga, Helga.
I'm dead tired.
Ah, only goods of the highest quality.
That's it, we're done.
Good luck.
Right, let's get back. We'll see what they're doing. We'll check on our guys. There's only a few guys, new guys in. I'm keeping an eye on them. And then we're ready to go. Yeah, it took me ages to figure it out. Most easy people that come in, they'll just take out, obviously you have to take out the engine, they'll go for the weapons. Too tedious. I like the kind of Star Wars approach where we kind of just go down, take out the shields. Much easier. Oh, well, thank you, Terry. No problem. Yeah, especially now with your teeth killing you. I hope it gets better. But take care, stay safe, and thanks for being here, Terry. Have a good one. Bye. Yeah, when I was playing it last time, I was chatting with this guy, Somac, and I showed them, you know, the system, the way it was going. But he came back later, and apparently I think he was having the same problem. But he said, yeah, he said, I can confirm it, that's exactly how it works. If you let the other freighter go down, your 100% will get the upgrades. I found, be on the lookout for a squid ship. Apparently they're very rare. I didn't even know they were in the game. But I landed in a 2-star system and it was selling some junk. But I was coming back out to get into my ship. I seen this weird ship come in and land. And once I got really close to it, it was kind of shaped like a squid. I didn't even know they were in the game. I know the basic things, and then there's the Sentinel ships, of course. And then there's the Royal ships, and there's about 7 versions of those. You know. But I managed to pick it up. But when I did, I was absolutely amazed. I didn't even know there was that kind of ship. And when I checked it out online, information about it, a guy had a video up. And he said the chances of finding a squid ship were 1,000,000 to 1. I don't know, that I doubt. But apparently very rare. I've been to a lot of stations and I've hunted a lot of ships and I've never seen anything like it. And what's better as well is I was the first to find it. Yeah, yeah. I took a screenshot. I don't know, Microsoft tended to get rid of screenshots with the portal address on it. But it was one that wasn't found before, which was nice. But just some perfect timing. Right, let's get out of here. Wonder if that screenshot is still there. And a 2-star system. Yeah.
How do you do?
It wouldn't make a difference anyway. Let's say, well, you could still get it in the pirate system, but you can get the pilot, let's say. You can't do the squadron thing. I'm nearly sure as well I seen a traveller pilot as well. I was 90% sure, very early in the game.
Would you go faster if I painted? Hello?
Right, let's get back. I'm not sure. So, let's save this, guys, and we are ready to go. Now, let's check on our little guys. Hunting. Okay, they're back in farming, aren't they? Farming. Okay, they're in one of these. There they are. They're the guys I'm waiting for. Right, we're good to go. Now I'll show you what I've been doing here. I'm gonna try and finish this. It's taken me a long time to do this. Still fun. Wanted to clean up later when we finish. You see what I mean about the trees? And this is my little Croc henge here. And a massive amount of time to get this into place. So I got rid of the ponds here, it really wasn't working. I went with something like this, and this will look a lot better. Let's say in summer these will blossom. Summer is the best time. So this kind of stuff here. And I've got to work on here on these smaller bits. And I'm waiting for trees to come in to finish these. Because the area is so big, I definitely need trees to get in here. That's the last house I put in right there. Still a bit to do along here. I'll have a look at those in a moment. This is where I need the trees. Now, okay. Let's get to work. There's a little bit down the end here. A few things I've got to do. Well, before I forget about it, there's a piece over here I need finished. But I think I need trees here as well. You see it here? Ah, here we go. Yeah, that's a little bit I forgot to do. Just put this in here. It's a little different. Oh my god. It's a lot of plants. Ah, that side is okay. Okay, let's finish this one. Right, we'll clean it out. And eventually when all of this is done, I'll go to the summer, let's say, clean it up, get all of that junk up, and then it's ready for display. Now, I think that's about the right distance, isn't it? Ish. Yeah, okay. I don't know, let me see. Maybe I could go back a bit on that. Yeah, that's better. Well, I don't know, can we fit this guy in now? Oh, we're good, we're good, we're good. Come on now. Yeah. Yes. It's more like there, to be honest. Yeah, that's it. I can't get to this thing. Stupid. Right. You see, we need to be more... Yeah, that's more like it. There. Yeah. A fraction more. The plant is really getting on my nerves. There we go. This looks pretty decent once the summer comes, when all of these plants here, they're white and they're kind of purplish. Okay, we'll go with it down the line. Yeah, okay. I think we're good here. Yeah, that would work, I suppose. Now, a few little bits down here I need to finish, and then I'll see if any of those trees have actually grown. Yeah, I'm kind of stuck. I'm waiting on the trees. There's some things I can finish in the meantime. Look at those in a second. Yeah, okay, I think it's over this side, is it? Yes, and then here we go. Oh. There. Right, now, this guy. Now. Okay, a fraction. Oh, a tiny bit more, okay. Jump up there, dude. I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's centered. Can't really see it properly. Yeah. There we go. Right, that's that one. Okay, I think we've closed this down. Yeah, that would work. These guys, these will be simple enough. Just for the added bit of decoration. I hadn't got time to put them in, and I was wanted to make sure I didn't forget to put them in. So I leave them out like this is probably good enough. There was a big project on the other side I was trying to do. No, I think I'll go yellow on these ones as well. There's only two types of plants tree that suit these. Oh, I've already gone with the white, so Yeah, let's have a look. Oh, wrong one. Yeah. Let me see. I could go white center, yeah, or each side. It'd be different. Let's have a look. Yeah, okay, we'll go that way. Just done shortly and then we'll move to something else. So I'll keep learning this eventually. It worked. Cool. I'm glad it worked for you, Samak. Yeah, that fixes a lot. Just getting out of that area, that whole thing, kind of resets, you know, a lot of the stuff. Nice, nice. Yeah, sometimes when I get a bug like that, I kind of look into it. Nice. I'm happy for you. But after playing BGS games for so long, you have a kind of an eye for bugs. Unfortunately. It can work pretty decent as a kind of reset, but only if you can get to another galaxy. I had a few problems here and there and that kind of cleared it up. I was hoping it would do the same for yours, but never having encountered it, I couldn't say for sure. Yeah, absolutely. I just needed a reset. That's the only way I can kind of reset something. Go to another galaxy. But frustrating, especially if you're starting the game. Done. Diddly diddly done. Now, okay. Alright, let's have a quick look and we'll see what we've got. Yeah, the downside is so many trees. You can't really see the settlement that well. A lot of it is hidden. It looks pretty decent on the ground. Yeah. That would work. Now. Trees, isn't it? Yeah, it's the only thing I've got left to really fill the void in this. I could probably do with one here as well. Anywhere, let's say there's a little bit too much room. I can always see I might be able to add some more stuff here and there, I suppose. I don't think the trees have grown yet. Oh, I got a few seeds as well. I'll actually plant them. You know, while we're here, because they take 4 seasons, I think, to grow. At least. Let's see if I got any seeds. Nothing here. I've got 4. What I use them up? Let's get rid of that flax and I'll just see. I think we're okay with flax for a while. I didn't dedicate a lot of room for flax. It's something you'd only use while building.
No worries. I'll wait.
That should be the end of it. Yeah, I'm only doing 16 every season. Apparently. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, we're pretty good. We've got 4. We'll plant them straight away while we can remember them. I'll plant them outside and then I can collect them when they're done. Which is really cool because instead of waiting 12 months to see if they work out and then scrap them, you can just have them out here and bring them in and see how they look. But I'll be using a lot of these A-type maple trees, I'd say. I've still got 1, 2... I've got 4 of these. I doubt I'll need any more. Even, yeah, some of them do. That's it. Okay. Should be enough trees to do a lot. You missed it, yeah? Oh, there's one of these gateways at the other side I apparently missed. There's 3 entrances coming in from the back. We'll get that in the morning. Yeah, you see it? I forgot about this one here. I'll have to do that at the moment. That won't take a little bit. But I was kind of waiting till I was kind of decorating down this side, to be honest. You know? Oh, that's always been there, yeah. You mean the meteor impacts? Yeah, rare enough, but you'll get it, yeah. Ah, it's been there since I started the game. Now let me get something to drink. Oh yeah, I've seen him. Oh, I've been on 1,000+ planets. I think I've seen it about half a dozen times. So it's rare enough. It usually happens after a storm. We never actually got hit by one. I think it's just all for show. But yeah, about half times, maybe a dozen times. But you're talking about 1 in 100 chance, I suppose. But it happens. Still haven't decided what I want to do here, to be honest. I could probably take this tree out for the time being. Yeah. We'll bring it down, but I'd need a few of them. And I think I'm wasting my time even moving this until I see if it works out. So, we'll have a look down the other end here in a moment. But there is 1 or 2 places I can use this. We'll wait till morning. I've been kind of doing all of the layers at once down one side, so that's what's been taking me a while. Okay, we've only got about 15 seconds to wait. So, did you get your hands on a decent ship yet? I barely managed to find 1 Sentinel S-Class original. Always had bad luck with the Sentinels. Okay. Oh, I think it's pretty much done, is it? No, we're still working on this one. Almost done. Okay, we'll be here for a day or so more. The sooner we get out of this season, even though it's great for building, summer is really nice. Yeah, we've still got today. Perfect. Not yet. Well, it's a good way of making cash as well, but it around 4.5 billion it maxes out, so that would be a good time to start buying the upgrades from the pirate stations. Yeah, okay, let's work with this. Oh, how are my little guys doing here? They're getting there. They're getting there. I better check my other plants as well and see if I've got enough. I don't want to carry too many. Croc. or Croc the Bugmaster. There, we're good. Okay. Yeah. I just pushed this in here to see what it would look like. We can take this out for the time being, because I haven't even come to a decision yet on what I'm doing here. Now, come here, you. It should be the last trip around these, so I just make sure I've got everything covered here. You're not going there anyway. Yeah, this is pretty... I don't know about putting another one here. No way I'm putting another one there, is there? Oh God, no. Okay, you're okay. Okay, we're definitely done down here. Let me see. I'm pretty much done here. Do I want something stupid like that? No. I need at least one kind of half-open spot. It's too close to these anyway. Alright, let's see what we got done here. I could do it a little bit more in there. Whatever. Here. I'm not sure about this either, to be honest, but let's see. Yeah, okay, let's get a good spot for this. About center way between this, I suppose. Doesn't have to be perfect, but... let me see. About there, I'd say. I just need just a car, something like that. This kind of stuff. Yeah, I think that would do. That would be the end of this. I suppose I can add some other stuff later if I need. Yeah. I think I'll go with this. I wonder if we could do something a little different on this one. All I could do is circle it with the other bushes and it wouldn't really work. Okay, let's see. This is the only system I could come up with that's somewhat reasonable. I'm using a massive amount of these. Their sizes, perfect. They're hiding a lot of junk as well. There we go. That works for me. So, we've finished everything down to here. I don't think I could squeeze anything else in. Oh, hi Victor. Yeah, we're doing a large settlement. This is the last time I'll be playing this. I've already done the other map, got my achievements. So, wanted to make an effort on this one. So, how have you been, Victor? Yeah, it's a pretty large one actually. Here, let me just save it. I'll show you. It's taking quite some time to do. This one was ambitious because of the massive amount of trees. There's a slight animation on the trees, so I always knew it was going to be hard on the cell, you know. So how have you been? Been alright. Oh, nice. Taking a break. Cool. Yeah, so I'm really impressed with the amount of abuse that the Unreal 4 can take, to be honest. They're not just trees, but they have a tiny animation in the wind as well. So obviously, you know, you've got hundreds of trees. That's going to be something. But I'll give you a quick look around. Still a good bit to do. I wanted to make a really good effort on this one because I won't be playing it again until they come out with a new game. Yeah, you know, once you do this on the 2 maps and you've got all your achievements, you know, that's about it. Okay, I'll just start from out here. And I'll run through it pretty quick. This is my Croc henge. They don't give you a lot of decorating stuff, so you've got to improvise a little bit. So I usually do this in layers. So this is what it looks like on the map. So it's pretty big. But the tree's alright, yeah. That's something different. So, well, this I've still got to work on. It's still work in progress. This is my spot with the stable. And I think I've got how many? I've got 118 population. It'll probably max around 140 when I'm finished, 150. All that kind of stuff. Once I've totally finished, I'll get to a summer season, then clean up this junk. It comes in every season. And that will be it, and I'll be finished. But I'm not only doing this, but I'm decorating them inside as well. You can do a certain amount of decorating, but you can also manually put stuff in, if you want to go that far. See, like the ball, that junk there. Just that kind of small bit of decorating. I couldn't guess, to be honest. I can probably tell how long I've played the game for. But with this one, I would guess by the time this is finished. You see, I've been doing it off when I'm not streaming as well, so... I don't know, you wouldn't get much change, I'd say, from maybe 600 hours. Probably. Because to get those trees, I had to chop down some forest trees. And the seeds, the drop rate, for all those trees I used, drop rate is pretty bad. I worked it out about 7%. So for every 100 trees I chopped down, I probably got about 7 here. So I've chopped down thousands of trees. But, when you're doing a couple of hours every day, you don't feel the time go. And we're still working on this, so there's a lot to do. It's kind of fun, it's maybe not for everyone. There's a lot of decoration on these guys. They took some time. See anything with the yellow writing? That's the stuff I've put in. So every single house of 44, 45 of them will be done this way. Yeah, it happens to me all the time, so Mac. So this is the left-hand side here. I'm still working on these areas, but I'm waiting for some trees to grow. On the other map, I didn't have the DLC, it didn't come out, but they gave me some more plants and the ability to plant my own trees and move them. These are the parts I need to finish. Just the final touches on these. That is a lot of trays. Then you have this area here. These are just the centerpieces. I'm pretty much finished here. On the center, I think. Oh, it happens to be all the time. These are the larger houses. 3 bedrooms. Or 3 bed. Again, I have a ton of junk on these. Even these are propped in by hand. But she's got geese and blacksmiths and all of that silliness. But it's putting the small stuff in, the decorating, that really takes the time, Victor. The layout as well can take some time measuring it out, but yeah, by far, about 2/3 will be done on decorating. Eventually. Absolutely, yeah. Like some electricity and a satellite dish and an Xbox or a PC would be nice. But I'm trying to go for as much nature as possible, which usually means a lot of plants and trees. Yeah, all the essentials. This probably might need a little more later. Yeah, I still got to work on that one. Then you've got down this side here. Now these are the parts I haven't fully decorated yet. All the houses are done and such. So I'll be making some additions to these. Some fences, some decorations, and some kind of curbing and stuff. But the layout is pretty much done. The houses are in and the heavy lifting part is done. And then you've got this end here. This is probably where the most of my stuff is. Harvest Dynasty cobalt just from rock. Yeah, there's quite a few of those once you start travelling out, so Mac. It should be. You just need an upgrade on your multi-tool, Mac. Yeah, you just need an upgrade. You get the advanced mining laser. You'll be able to buy that actually. What you do is get into your ship and get a save. Go up and buy some junk, and if it's not the right ones, just figuring out what you want, you can just reload and get your nanites back. No Man's Sky, yeah. Yeah. But most stuff is breakable. You just need an advanced mining laser. You'll eventually get one, Zomac. Yeah, he was having problems. He had some problems, Victor, after the update from Corvette. It's been causing a lot of problems. But basically, his ship wouldn't scan the planets. But I had a few problems here and there, not with the Corvette one. With me, it was trying to find living ships. They just weren't showing up. So I took a chance, and I already discovered a few different galaxies. So I popped over to a different galaxy, and within a few tries I managed to find them. Then when I come back to my own galaxy, it was working perfectly, so it was kind of a reset. So I was telling him about that, and we were kind of hoping it would fix his issue, and yeah, sure enough it did. It kind of works like, let's say, in Skyrim and a lot of games, there's a lot of problems you could have where if, let's say, quitting to the return menu wouldn't work, where you'd hard stop your game. You just go into the menu and just kind of hard stop it and restart the game, which would clear up, a decent amount of bugs. Or with BGS, let's say, it would be, if you're on console, to hard reset your console. Plug it out for a few seconds, plug it back in. Cleans up about maybe 80% of the hassle. But that seems to be the system. I use that as well, I'd say, on the settlements as well. The hard stop thing. No Man's Sky. Kind of works for console. But yeah, luckily enough it worked. Because it's no fun not being able to scan the planets. we've got from here. This is where most of the junk is. And this is my orchards here. Tons more houses. Let's get a little bit of distance on this. I'd like to be able to go up a lot further with this. All my main crops will be here, and my mill, of course. Still got to do a lot of decorating here. This one is huge. And I have to admit the game is definitely handling it. I get the odd stutter now and again, but what I found that, you know, when I start building a bit more, I get the stutter again, but once I go into another season, it seems to level out. Yeah, a lot of abuse this game can take. This, of course, will need some decorating. You know what I might go with here, guys? I'm short of a few flax fields. I might go with maybe 4 tiny flax fields here, which would be nice. Will save me a lot of decorating as well. Oh, these are pretty much done as well. These ones are fully finished. But I have a good bit to do in the center. Now these are all my animals in here, so I've yet to work on this properly. Well, I'll get through this quick enough, this part. It's not really bothering me that much. I'll just keep doing it in layers, you know. And this will be decorated out much like the other ones. I'm going to be heavily relying on those A-type maple trees. I went with a double in here, a double tavern. But it still needs to be decorated outside. I was thinking about running a small hedge on the outside of this. I'll have a look at it later. Just to close it in a bit more. And this, I kind of give it like this for design as well on the fencing. Well, I'll be putting down tons of tables, things like that, so they can eat outside. That will take some time, unfortunately. And then here we've got our little park. And this, I need to come in and do some more, obviously. But this is the first draft of it here. And I still need to do decorating here, which I'll get to eventually. Some junk down there. There won't be a lot of fencing involved. And this, I think I'll go with the trees here, because I've got all the buildings I need. So this should work out once I get the trees in. Still needs a bit of work. But not as complicated as you might think. You know, once I don't have to put any more buildings in. All the stalls here. And again, now I'll give this a once over in a moment. Probably a nice bit of fencing here. If the ground is level enough, I think it is. I might be able to go in with something like these. And then break out the center one. Or break out one in the center. Yeah, it looks pretty decent. You know, make my little spot in. I'll figure it out later anyway. Something here and here. Probably fence this off. Stable down here, and this will need a lot of junk later. Just to fill it up, haystacks, that kind of thing. And oh, this is the heart of the settlement here, where most of the crops will be coming in. These 2 sections here. And that's pretty much it, really. But it still needs a lot of decorating here. To roughly about the same degree as I did on the other side. But taking out the smaller sections first, and then if I see something and it looks good, I'll probably get it in, you know. Rearrange that sign later. It's a bit crooked, I suppose. Do something with that. The reason I have it here is its position on the map. You know? There's no other real place to put it. So that would do, right about there. And that's it. That's everything we've done on this so far. But there's a lot to do. But I'll be probably playing this till next Christmas if I wasn't doing it offline. Oh, well, when I mean offline, I mean when I'm not streaming. No, that's never been fixed. I would advise against it, so Mac. You know, Valheim is probably the best of the games, let's say, for, you know, terraforming. Yeah. It's this map here. It's not exactly that big, you know. That's it there. But it's definitely big enough. You know, for what the game is. Yeah, don't. Yeah, even plants don't. So what you need to do is you need to find a nice piece of land that's relatively flat with no plants, or if there's plans to build above them. Yeah. The terraforming won't work. It'll come back almost immediately. The best game for terraforming would be Valheim, and even that can be iffy sometimes, especially after updates, you know. But the most stable one there for terraforming would be Valheim by far. So what I would do there is I would build up a little bit on stilts. Now there's some planets you can go to, especially the water worlds, where they have kind of small platforms, like kind of pieces of land that are, I mean, perfectly flat, and some nice big areas with almost zero plants. But if you're looking for a nice paradise planet, it would be extremely hard to find a good spot. What you would have to do is you would have to kind of build up on a platform. Yeah, I found, let's say, it's the glass tunnels if you're taking corners with them. The next time I'm in, I'll show you what I mean. What I did with that was I made sure to take no corners with it. Yeah. And they kind of phase out, don't they? Yeah, overbuilding is, you know, a problem as well on the freighters. But the freighters are pretty cool. I almost finished one. There's still a spot that I want to do for trophies and stuff like that, and I'll eventually get around to it. And mine is pretty big, but it's plenty of room for what I need and even more. I even made a crew quarters in that one, just for show. Yeah, they're pretty good, Victor. And that's it. That's everything we've done so far on this. Now, let's load that up where we were, and we see if we can get some stuff done. Now, I'm actually waiting for the trees to come in to follow the left-hand side, so it'll be a season or two before they're ready. So, what we've got to do is, this is where we kind of migrate over to the left or the center, doing little bits here and there to kill the time. But we just have this day to get rid of, and then we get straight to summer. I prefer now to build in the summer because all of the plants kind of bloom at that time. So I have a better time building where I can see exactly, you know, what I'm getting. And of course I've been rotating the villagers as well and maxing them out, which is pretty fun, to be honest. Now, excuse me. It just takes a little while to load. But you can't blame it. No problem, sir, Mac. Anytime. No, it's not annoying me, not in the least. That's what I'm here for, to chat. No, not in the least. Have you been annoying? Now, okay. So I'm kind of stuck on this side till I get the trees, and then we can pretty much finish the kind of centerpieces. I might start around the mill now, having a quick go at that one. We'll see how it goes. We'll save us time when we're doing the middle, because we have some time to kill on this season. And yeah, we've got to get a move on this. Well, it's either that or just standing still for maybe 20 minutes, which is not going to work for me. Now, come on. Yeah, there's a lot to load, in fairness. Well, this game basically, it's pretty much like Valheim or No Man's Sky. The story, well, there's never a really massive story in these. So basically, I think on this map, you're a war refugee. Your parents were killed, and you come to find your uncle. He's not around anymore. He was dead. So you kind of investigate, let's say, what happened to him, and you're tasked with building a village by one of the elders. That's about it, really. There's no voice acting. Well, people talk and whatever, but when you're speaking to them, it's all text. So it's simple enough. But let's say for this kind of a game, it's got a decent story. Like No Man's Sky has less of a story. You know what I mean? But all of these games, and then Valheim again. So it's pretty good. The thing on this is the amount of settlers you can have, and they're almost perfect, actually. Especially their AI padding, which I was pretty impressed with. After playing BGS games for so long, I thought it was pretty difficult, let's say, to have these guys work properly, but no, apparently not. A very, very small dev company can do it. A fraction of what BGS has. So they move around perfectly. The second you build something, they'll instantly recognize it, walk around it. You've got gates, they'll use them, all of that stuff. Not like the BGS games where they'll, spawn underground on top of roofs, walk into walls, walk off ledges, gather up in one section of a vault, and stand around like that kind of stuff. No. These guys, you set them tasks to do, and they'll do that, they'll sleep, and, they have kids, the kids grow up, it goes on forever. There's a ton of different things about this game that's not so apparent, let's say, from watching it. But this game is to basically find out who murdered your uncle, and, just build up your village. Absolutely, for me it does. Here, it's pretty good. It'll keep that immersion going. That's what we all want from a BGS game, Mac. If Fallout, had that kind of stuff. Now, granted, the settlers in Fallout are a little bit more complicated in a sense that, you can speak with them, they'll send you on quests, that kind of stuff, and they've got weapons and they can use them. But really, do we need that, guys? I think they've focused on the wrong thing. They shouldn't have bothered with the attacks and stuff like that. Sure, send you on quests, whatever the case may be. But definitely focus on the padding, because if you're doing settlements in Fallout 4, You know, it doesn't have to be just like all the game where you're fighting and killing and all that. Do settlements, let's say, you know, just for that kind of build up and that kind of community thing. I think that's what they missed on that. But what these guys set out to do was to have that kind of village kind of simulating thing, and I did it pretty well, you know, to do that thing. And what BGS tends to do is they want to do too much from something, I suppose. But it still doesn't excuse, let's say, how bad the AI padding is. Now, obviously, there's not much of a script in this because script is pretty hard on a game, and a lot of things can kind of go wrong, especially in updates when it comes to script. Like every time BGS, you know, they do an update, they absolutely ruin any kind of script in the game. And all the modders have got to Bethesda Game Studios, yeah. Yeah, the guys that did Skyrim, Fallout 4, you know, Fallout 76, Todd and the crew, yeah. But you know what? If Skyrim had this kind of level of building, I would probably play it for 4 years straight, you know. But it doesn't. And even if they implemented it tomorrow, it would be the buggiest mess of all times. But if Skyrim was as bug-free as this, still had everything it had, and you could build a huge settlement like this, my, that would be fun. But that's the kind of games we need, you know. Okay, let's go then. We'll see. I think we'll start down this side, guys, and we'll start doing the horrible stuff. Okay, we need a cleanup on aisle 5, so we can see what we're doing. Okay, we'll figure out what we want done here. Now here, of course, I'll have to go with some fencing. We'll see about that. We'll just do a quick cleanup. I want to get... Well, we won't be able to finish it by the end of the season, but we can get a good start on this. And do something with my sign later. Just the rough stuff around the edges. Okay, we'll be doing it down to here. Now is a good time to start, I'd say. Yeah, this is what we need within Skyrim. You know what would be really cool in Skyrim? Let's say you could build a massive town like this. Be a bit much to ask, I suppose. I don't know if the tech would do it now with all the other stuff it has. But let's say you could build something this size or twice its size. And right in the center you could build yourself a little castle. And you had... let's say a kind of option on what kind of stuff you could build it with, you know, what type of stone or how it would look like, and you know, each one would be successively more how could I put this, more expensive, you know, giving you something to work to. You could do the design yourself and lay it out, you know what I mean, even if it had modules, let's say, you know, put those together. But you know, you could put them together in the build menu, but they wouldn't actually build. So what you could do then is you could, you know, bring in all of your followers. You could bunk them in there, and you supply them the materials, and over time, they could slowly, you know what I mean, build it up or something. That would be kind of interesting as well. Or, if there was NPCs that you could track down, you know, master builders, and that kind of stuff. You know, each one, let's say, could do a different kind of job, or you know, a different grade, you know, you'd be always kind of, and maybe you could upgrade the stone or whatever the case may be. Stuff like that. Yeah, a really immersive kind of thing where you're actually working towards something. And that would be awesome, actually. You know, you'd always be on the hunt, you know, for better workmanship and stuff like that. You know, better guys to hire. And let's say, you know, your village could hold up to maybe... Even if it was only 50 people and maybe 20 inside the castle, or 100 would be nice, you know. that kind of stuff. But this would be a hard thing to do, for a game that's already got a lot in it. Um, but who knows in the very near future. But even if they had to do something like that, would they really do it? You know, seeing as now they can sell slop, that's I don't know. Looks like it's relatively easy to make. I don't see gaming going that way. In fact, I see it going back instead of forward. Back to maybe 10, 15 years ago when, we were playing games like Diablo where you get that kind of downlock where the graphics were pretty mid, and that kind of stuff that were easy enough to churn out. What I want to do is they want to be able to make stuff cheaply and they want to be able to make it quickly and they want obviously maximum amount of money. But they'll keep doing this. The only way to stop it is, not to buy the games. But the way they're going now, it's unsustainable. They're taking too long to make games and they're costing too much money. And not only that, you've got those factors, and then instead of making, they've got too many bugs, and instead of concentrating on making a decent game, they're adding their own personal agendas and ideologies and messages to it. So that's not helping them either, No, but I mean the kind of graphics of it, like if you get those kind of graphics in a game, that kind of dungeon kind of old school graphics, I'd imagine it would be a lot easier in coding and cost than it would, let's say, something that's a little bit more realistic, Yeah, sort of like yeah, that kind of stuff, yeah. Yeah. But I don't see it being pushed forward. Not with the tech anyway. You know, in fact, what I see is games becoming much worse. I see AI doing more and more. Microsoft are pushing AI very, very hard to the fact that, apparently the Black Ops 7 hasn't been doing too well. A lot of people have been getting refunds because, as I said, it's just AI slop. I know Steam has been putting a label on any games with AI, so people will be better informed when buying this. So the guy from Activision Blizzard, their CEO, I think it's a Microsoft company now, isn't it? He's been hitting back saying they shouldn't be doing that. They shouldn't be telling gamers what's in a game. It should be like a surprise. No transparency as far as he's concerned. But there you go. I think as a customer, you have a right to know if there's always a certain amount of AI, I suppose. But, taking the human element out of the soul of a game, and that's a different story. Yes, there is. But companies will use that nostalgia thing, because they're cheaper to make. But that's perfectly fine, some Mac. But imagine if that's all they wanted to do. That's a different story. From the new God Save Birmingham. I haven't. I haven't even heard of it. Sounds interesting. Oh, hi, kitten. It has. And how have you been? How's the hubby? Hope he's doing well. Obviously, yeah, Victor. I think AI does have a place in gaming for certain aspects of the game. But to use it to do everything, I think, is a massive mistake. You know. It's set in England in the Middle Ages. Surviving as a peasant. Nice. Yeah, and there's certain mechanics in the game that AI would do best. What I see AI doing, which would be really, really cool. The way I would like to see AI being pushed, Victor, is in NPCs. Let's say in Skyrim, let's say you've got, let's say, your followers and whatever the case would be, where they could learn a little better, where if you can even have a conversation, where you could probably do it. And I think some modders are trying it through ChatGPT. That I find very, very interesting, when you're going into that aspect of it, with script and stuff like that, and even a little bit in graphics is tolerable. Industrial Revolution time where factory workers have to survive arguably worse than probably, yeah, probably. I've been good. Ah, that's good to hear. Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. I hope you've been well. Oh, nice. So now you're officially old. And happy birthday, congratulations. Yeah, have you planned anything? You're probably going out with your hubby for that one. Cool. Yeah, I could make a conversation. Absolutely. That's the way it should be pushed. Yes, it could learn stuff. And, well, I know it's not possible on console, but let's say out from a certain script. But if they pushed it so far, Victor, as you could type in questions like you would with ChatGPT, where you could have a conversation, and let's say with your follower, where you could even tell your follower where you're from. ChatGPT could check that up and then, kind of have a conversation. That would be awesome. That would be definitely way more immersive. Yes, officially old. The big trio. Yeah, well, you're getting there as well. That would be really something. This is where they should be pushing it. I think. Instead of getting it to do everything and we're just stuck with, oh my god, a horrible game. I'm not old, yeah? Oh. No, we stayed and we watched the girls play in the snow. Oh, that's cool. Nice. Nice.
Good people don't end up here.
Now, okay. First of all, I need to see what I'm going to do with this. Now, the problem with this is if I go with the stonework, each side will have to be perfect. So, this is where we find out what we're up against. That. I'm trying to wonder here. I think we go with the low fencing on something like this, to be honest. Because I don't think we'll get perfect ground level on all four corners. Well, here's a massive problem. I'd have to come straight out into this, and we'd be actually just... Okay. Yeah, it's this one here. We're kind of going... no, we probably do it. It does look reasonably flat, guys, doesn't it? Hang on, we'll see if we can get away with this. We might just get away with it. And this is the next one here. You know what? We have a good chance of getting away with it, guys. Okay. Let's give it a shot and we'll see. Absolutely, Victor. It does, doesn't it? When are you next playing? Well, I usually do it when they do the big update. So, Mac, I did the November, the two expeditions and that. I'll always go back to it then. Yeah. So the next time they come out with an expedition, I will be back. No, it's pretty much like that when I got here. You can't terraform the land here, Victor. Yeah. Because I've done everything in the game already, so Mac. So we'll give it a quick check. And the reason it has to be perfectly flat is this kind of fencing kind of goes sideways. But it's perfect for what I want here. But I'll show you what I mean. And we'll have a look. And I can load up again if it doesn't work and use the different fencing. But this would definitely... And this is just rough. I just want to see it. Ah, no, it doesn't. You see that? Do you see that, guys? You see how it drops down? That looks absolutely horrible. It really looks bad. Okay, so I can't use that. Now, if you use something like this, it doesn't happen. But it doesn't really have the same effect. See what I mean? This one, no, I hate it. It's too nasty. Yeah. It doesn't really blend. What it does is, it's like, did you ever see a tile measure where you get a measurement from it? Instead of kind of flowing evenly, what it will do is it will kind of drop in sections and raise. You know what I mean? But this does not on these ones. They don't. It's pretty much the same when you're doing the roads, guys. If you think about that road as 5 lines together, basically. 5 lines all blending into one. So if you stray too much this way, it will kind of come out, and let's say it's 5 cubes. 1 cube out down here, then 1 cube out as you're straying over. I'll show you what I mean. Let me see if I can get to a spot out here. It's how the map is. And it's how they design that stuff. They don't blend like that. Well, those ones in particular. Let me show you this. And I can load it up again in a moment. Now, if I go relatively straight. Now, if I'm straight, it should turn out straight. You see that? You see that there? You see it? Now, what I should have doing, that means I'm going a little bit too far that way. I should have pushed it back a little bit on this. You see what I mean? Pretty much works the same with the fencing. See that? See how it's gone off? So that's why I would use a better measurement system for this. On that. So I've managed to get all of that pretty straight. The walls are by far the hardest to do. They've got to be pinpoint accurate. So the same system works on this, but just on the ground. Now, okay. Here, I don't even have to load up, I'll just get rid of that. Right, well, to be honest, I just want to go with the lower kind of curb fencing anyway. And hi Raptor, thanks for following. I appreciate it. And welcome to the community. It gives me something to do, to be honest. You know? Gives me a bit of a challenge. I'll do all of this junk in a moment. So, I pretty much knew anyway I'd have to go here. But on the likes of this stuff, and why I like using this, it gives us a curbing. And we don't need any brakes in it. The NPCs can actually step over this. So it won't impede the NPCs. I will eventually, once I get down here, and I have everything in line, I will be going with this kind of junk anyway. You know, all the way in here. You see what I mean? Which would be roughly about there. And then coming right back in here. Once I put my gate and stuff up, you know. So that's what I'm going to do with these. There's no other way. Now, obviously I'll go as tight as I can to this. Okay. Now we've only got a little bit of time on this season. And we'll see if we can do a little bit on these. Okay. We'll make that our priority then, fencing these off. Oh, hi Max. And how have you been? Right, okay. Let's save this. Now I'll have to roughly... There should be no problem because I've already set this up. We can use this as a kind of measurement system here, which is about there. Yeah. That will give us a rough measurement.
Sometimes you just blink and there appears some new buildings.
And once we get this organized, well, to be honest, yeah, not so much, because we'll be coming out to the edge. I suppose I'd be better off going center, wouldn't I? Yeah. On the edge might be better. Probably. Okay, let's say we go to the edge. We don't have to be perfectly on par with this, but you know, close enough. Well, we're probably going out to the edge on this guy. And once we get our settings on this, we'll be probably a little bit more out. Let's see. Okay, maybe a fraction more than this. I would roughly say about there. Now let's see. We'll give it one more try. We just need one of these in. Ah, that's good to hear. Pretty decent, yeah, pretty decent. I'm not in too much pain tonight, so yeah, definitely good. Now let me just give this one more look, see, and then we'll commit to it. That's the space there. Okay. Yeah, roughly. I think it's the inside one, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Right. Okay. Now this is where I save again. And we'll get to summer as quickly as we can. If we mess up here anyway, I can slightly adjust it. Instead of going in line with this, I'd much prefer to keep this pretty tight on the outside. Oh, nice. Alright, let's see. Sugar. Okay. That's kind of weird, isn't it? Look. Oh my, hang on. Hey, let me see where we're going on this one. Hang on for just one moment. Might not be as easy as we think, guys. Oh my god. Yeah. This is a bit of a problem, guys. This is a massive bit of a problem. It actually comes out to there. Now, I could hide this with some kind of piece. But that's as good as it gets, guys. Yeah, we'd be pretty easy on this side, but the other side, I would have to go a lot tighter. Had I known, I would have pushed this in a fraction, but I think I kept it in line with this. Let's see. Well, this is the way I'd go, Max, to be honest, if I was hiding this. I would do something like this. You know, or try and get it a little bit better. Oh, I've even a better idea. Yeah, this is how we do it, guys. This is exactly how I'll do it. I won't be a moment without this. There. That's the way to finish that. And that's the only way we're going to get around that little system. I think that works. Yeah, I can run them now from plant to plant. I'll just keep a straight line from here, easy enough. And then get a straight line from here, just do a remeasurement. Yeah, just needed to work out the problem. And that would work. Well, it's the only way we're going to get around it. So, in a sense, let's say, depending on the problems you have and something like this, it pretty much designs itself. Yeah, that would work. I could see that work. Right, okay, we need to get to another season. I prefer to do this in summer because all of the plants are blooming then. We'll have a better look at it. So, about 7 we'll be able to do this. So what I can do is line up the plants, let's say, and have them ready. Probably have to buy some more shortly.
I don't have any.
Yeah, we'll get there. So we need, what, 4 in each? So I'll just plant them out here roughly. 1, 2... Well, here we'll only need, actually, 3 on each. Yeah, I wonder can we get away with it here. It's gonna be tight. Just about. We'll just plant them down here. I don't see any other way out of a situation like that, to be honest. There. Right, we better get through to summer. Well, what we'll do is we'll wait till 6. That's when they stop working. We'll gather up the junk. So when the new season comes in, we'll have everything and just head straight out. They stop working at 6. What time is it now? Ah, they stopped working. Right, let's grab this junk. I want to see how much plants I've got left anyway. Well, hopefully by then the trees will be in and we can get back in on the other side. Now I just trim this off a little bit. Okay. No, we're down to 76. That's a lot. I don't want to get too much. Definitely don't want to let you get too much. Oh, I'll tell you what we need. We need a ton of buckets. We'll have a look at them. Where is the village? I'm ready to move there. Just give me a good life. Sure. This is just outside. It's between Denica. It's just the far side of Denica. Very, very far. Not very far, I should say. Oh, we don't need the plum seedings anymore. I'll just keep them just in case. 875. We'll just get this junk out of the way. Keep it down to a certain number. Gives me something to sell and cuts back on the junk. Oh, not much on this one. Wall is probably the biggest source of income. There, that would do. We just grab the food and then we'll save it and we're ready to go. You just trim this off a little bit. Now we have to do a little rounds. I'm looking for certain junk anyway. And then we'll stay for a good long time in summer. I find that's the best time to build. Perfect. Now, we'll get this saved up. We'll check on those two guys I was trading. Well, yeah, I think all of the farming should be done by now. Let's see. Yeah, okay. That's all done. Let's check on our friends. They were the last two I had to train out, 7 and 6. My God, they're taking their time, aren't they? I might have to get rid of some of the farmers. They're maybe doing this a little too quickly. Yeah, I think I'll get rid of some of those farmers. At least 4 of them. Okay. It'll take them longer to do the crops, but they'll get more experience. Okay, let's see how many we have now. Oh, we've got 4, but we've lost. Oh, I've lost somebody. Hang on. Yeah. Yeah, there they are. It's okay. There's 8 there now. That should do. We'll pull them all back in later. Oh, speaking of that, there's one thing we've... Yeah, we got all that junk, didn't we? We did. Now, let's save this up. Well, pretty much spring was the best time for building, but with new DLC, with the new plants, they only blossom in summer. So now it's summer. Which is kind of handy. The other stuff will stay blossomed as well. They'll stay colourful. Well, I don't know why I'm taking that up. Come on. I've got to finish this later as well. But with a bit of luck, the trees outside will have grown and I can get back to the left-hand side. But at least I've figured out what we need to do on that side. There, we're all ready to go. Now, let's go. There's not much, well, there is a good bit getting done in the summer. I think the wheat gets harvested and brought in, and the orchards, obviously. And I think there's some of the vegetables come in the summer. I think the cabbage. Okay, we lost the cow. I'll pick one of those up later. There
If
we
only
go.
I could make a bench myself, but it's just too hard. Furniture
Oh,
making is almost as impossible as swimming.
Well, they haven't got a quest anyway, so we're okay there. Now, let's see, have we got any new guys in here? No, 72 is... let's see if we got any new, trainees. We have 2 new ones. Cool. Yeah, oh, 3. We've got 3 guys. 3 new ones. Okay. Now let's find somewhere to put these guys. Well, first of all, the easy one. Right, you go in there. Okay. Oh, hang on. Farming is the thing, isn't it? That's silly. I'll try to get that done first if I can. There. I think that's all our trainees. Yeah, I'm pretty much okay. Most of these guys are maxed out. What's that? Yeah, we're good. Now, we've already picked up the junk, so we're ready to go. We'll do our runs as quick as we can. We need a cow. We'll get that in Gostovia later. And we'll try that little spot where that bandit camp is, because that's the only thing that spawns those blankets I need for decoration. Right, we are ready to go. Oh, hang on, let me check one more thing. Oh yeah, we're okay. Yeah, we're okay. Well, the second this one here becomes of age, I'll find her a partner. There's about 8 houses I need to fill. And then the rest can fend for themselves. They can live with their parents. They're good. I'll have a look through the houses later. Now, let's go on our little run here as quick as we can. But there you can see. You know what I mean? They bloom yellow. Those guys there are white. And these have got a purple flower. So we can really see what we're doing in the summer. Right, let's do this as quick as we can. So, unfortunately there's 10 villages. But we should be able to hit them all. Check the bandit camp. It's the only one I've found that, you know, will spawn one of those. That's if it's there. And if I find one, I'll show you what I'm using them for. What have we got here? Nah, we're good. Right, let's go. And I have it marked. You see it over there on the map. And if it's not there, we'll just run across from there and then we'll use the cards from here. So we've got a village. Visit every village. Get the special NPC. Have we got any stuff we want? Still some stuff I'm using for decorations, which are kind of hard to get on this map. But the Oxbow map, they pretty much fixed that issue.
Is a bit different.
There's a special vendor and he stays there all the time in the main town. He's always got tons of stuff. Here it's kind of hit and miss. Okay.
I have a feeling that even I would make a better king.
Okay. Well, we're not picking up any more flax seeds, so we're good. Well, I will pick the maple seed if I can find any. None.
Hope to see you soon.
Well, best prices in the area.
So we're just getting rid of this as quick as we can.
Come.
Then we're out of here.
Only goods of the highest quality. It was nice.
Right, that's one. Now we'll probably use our horse and we'll go in here. We'll check this bandit camp. I would probably need 9. I'd need about 16 more, I think, to finish. I'll probably not get them by the end of this playthrough, but I'll do as much as I can. I'll probably use something else then instead.
Move on.
But I look pretty decent, you know. Let me just see if it's here. If not, we don't need to do any hunting. We're good. Oh, they're here. Yay! Haha. Perfect. We're guaranteed 1 here. This is the only bandit camp that actually spawns and that I could find.
Back for mercy.
Come on, guys. Kill that bastard. I'll end you. Finally, entertainment. You'll never leave this place alive.
Let's go.
Alright, we'll have to sell this as well, but still. And here it is, here. You see it? That's what I'm looking for. Coverlet. That's what it's called. That was the whole reason for raiding the camp. Now, let's see. Now we'll take the other junk as well, but it's not like we need the money. That's the only thing I really wanted. The rest is just junk. There's one bit more here. Where is it? There it is. And then whatever I got from the other guys, and then we're good to go. I'm really bothered about that. It's the coverlet I wanted. I know, is that all of them? I thought I dropped a lot more than that. Yeah, okay, apparently. Right. Where's my horsey? We got that. Now, let's concentrate on getting rid of this junk. I have a full set of elite armor on this horse here, but I never really needed. You know, once you've got all of your perks and a decent set of armor, there's not much need for it. But the coverlets here are ridiculously rare. Ridiculously rare. Yeah, we're good. Very seldom we see two spawn together like that. Now,
Let's go.
let's be on our way. Now, the second we get this run back, we'll be spending a long time in this season. I've got the season length maximum, 30 days. But after 3 days, you can go to the next season if you want to.
Spend hours playing on this small
You have
hardware.
reached. Let me show you my wares.
No. Okay.
Nearby.
Be safe.
Right.
Hey!
How best prices in the area.
That's
Have
it.
a good
Right, we are
day.
done here.
How is life treating you?
The most important thing, and we're lucky actually, we'll get one from the vendor as well. But as I said, the vendor is not that reliable. There's a couple of other things I need from the vendor as well. Spices and dried figs, which I've been using for decorating on every single house.
How have you best prices in the area?
Okay, are we done with that junk? Pretty much, we're done with that junk. Right.
Bid farewell.
How do you need anything?
done. That was quick. Just need to finish with these villages and then we'll get back. If the trees are up, we'll finish on the left hand side. If not, we'll get back to the center and do a little bit on that. Or it's the right hand side if we're going from this direction. Then there's a smaller section that doesn't need that much, I suppose. Well, compared to the other side. But there's one thing I will need. I'll need a ton of those A-type maple trees. Now there's a possibility of another bandit camp just up there, but even if it's there, it doesn't spawn in one of those coverlights, so it doesn't make a difference. Not interested in it.
Great. I've got every...
There is a small chance you'll pick them up on the bandits, but they haven't been spawning in here. So why bother?
Be safe.
How are you? Trade is in my nature. It was nice.
That was quick. Now, just one down here and we're halfway there. We've got every village this side of the river.
How is life treating you?
Oh, I see I took a little bit of a hit. Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah, we don't need any settlers.
Ah, only goods of the highest quality. Goodbye, dear.
Ah. Take care.
Right, Gostovia it is. So Gostovia, Jezreka or something it's called, and the other one, that's the possible response for that vendor. Well, anywhere there's an inn. There's an inn in each of those, a tavern, so there's 3 of them. I've got 2 at my settlement, so I didn't check my settlement either. There's a 40% chance to spawn in there. I should have done that before I left, but it doesn't matter.
How are you?
We can get it in the end anyway. But sometimes they don't restock their inventory. No, they're here. Come on, give me something I can use.
Hello there.
Hey, nice. Alright, we got 2 after all. We're okay for those ones. There's dried dates, dried figs, and spices. I could do with those as well, but apparently, you know, not there. There's something. I'm not complaining.
See you soon.
Okay. You're taking your time getting here, aren't I? I'll still pick up the maple seeds. I still
How are another
might need a few of those.
welcome. Be safe.
And we have to collect a cow here, isn't it?
Yeah. It's in my nature. It was nice seeing you.
What's this summer? It is. We've already paid our taxes then.
What can not goodbye, dear.
How are you? Let me show you my wares. Take care.
Right. Let's see. Let's see exactly what we need here. We've already got a bow, so female calf, where are you? There you go. Done. Okay, that's the animal stuff out of the way. Right, we've got 4 more villages to hit. 3 vendors in this, 2 in the next, and 4 after that. Oh, hang on. Delica has 3, 4 on the next one, then 2, and then I think 6, 5 or 6.
How can I help you?
Let me see, 1, 2, 3, 6 actually in the last one. 7 of the special vendor is there. So Hornica is the major village, it seems.
I've been a vendor.
Now, maple seed. Out from that, I don't need your junk. There you go. Now, let's get rid of this once and for all. The perishables go first. The poison I'll keep, I suppose. Even though I really shouldn't, but whatever.
You have returned. Good luck.
Can I help you? Only goods of the highest quality. Well, have a good day.
That morning breeze.
Another client. Well,
I usually buy a lot of dye and stuff from these guys, but I've done all the building I need. So it's not really an issue anymore. That was a good way of getting rid of this junk as well.
you have freedom. Farewell.
That's it, we're done here. Now 4 on the next one, and 2 and then 6. We're out of here.
How is life treating you?
But once I have the settlers, the villagers kind of capped out, I'll start to micromanage how much they're producing, so just enough to get stuff done. This just gives me an excuse to
What can I let me
to collect some
show
stuff.
you wares. Goodbye, dear.
Ah, brain is in my nature. It was nice
He
seeing
always
you.
wastes so many arrows.
Such a bad memory for. How do you do? And I replied, welcome.
That's because
Have
of
a
his
good day.
squint.
Yeah, just one more.
What can I...
Second we get back, I'll put away those these here. And then we'll get to it.
I take care.
Right. Okay, second last village. Whoa!
How is life treating you?
Yeah, what's this called again? Jezerica. Okay. Now just 2 vendors here. If we're lucky, we'll get them coming out of the building, so we won't have to run all the way to the lake to get the other guy. Yeah, there they are. Tackle this guy first here.
What can I do? I've got everything you need. Good luck.
And you.
Ah, let me show you my wares. Farewell.
But all of the shortcomings, let's say, with the vendors here on this one, they're pretty much rectified on the Oxbow map.
Oh, it's you again.
Okay. Last one.
How do you do? Can I interest you in some of my wares? Have a nice day.
Hell, I've got everything you need. Take care. How are you? It was nice.
Welcome. Only goods of the highest quality. Goodbye.
Right, 2 more. Now we can have a good look at this settlement. We'll get rid of those coverlets.
Welcome. I've been a vendor since before you could walk. Good luck.
Okay, Jan, where are you? There you are. Okay, he might have an easy quest here if it's ore. Let's see.
Welcome. Best prices
Hang on.
in the area.
Yeah, basically it is. It's just what's your proposition. There we go. And that's an easy quest done. I don't really need it, but you know, I've got way too much. But you get kind of Dynasty reputation, and X amount of that brings in a, you know, you can bring in a settler, but you know, I've got a ridiculous amount. But you know, it's here. Why not get it done?
How have in my nature?
Done. That's it. Let's get back. Right, we'll get rid of these coverlets. I've been using them down the left-hand side. So I'd need about 16, I'd say, to finish the settlement.
How are you?
After these. It's getting a bit late anyway, we'll get rid of these. And then let me see, I've been working on this side. Oh yeah, I'm working on... Well, the only thing left to... Oh, hang on, where am I going? It's actually those 8 houses together, the ones that's left down here. And one of them is already done. All the ones in the centre are done, and once I do the... Let me see. There are 5 more in here. There's 9 on the other side, I think. There's 6, 14 then. I think I've got all these done. Where are these? Here they are. Now let's see. I would have started here. Yeah, that's it. This was my kind of stand-in. These look much better. Perfect. There we go. That's it. Now I've got those 2 pieces. I can use them down here. When I'm getting to the center, I'll have to be doing this eventually anyway, so I can use them up here. I think this one is full. Once I'm going straight to the center, I'll finish them properly. Yeah, that's pretty much full. Yeah, I might be able to squeeze a pair of shoes or something in there. We'll see. We'll get to that later. Could do it at least one more, I'd say. Yeah, that's pretty much full. Okay. Yeah, that will do. Okay. Now, time. What time is it? They'll be shutting up shop shortly. Now, let's check on the trees. If they're not done, we'll get back into the little side thing we were doing. Oh, I've got a couple of trees as well I can plant. Yeah, we can do it now. Yeah, we'll be dark shortly and then we can wait till morning. Oh yeah, there is some there, guys. Right. I'll make sure and plant those other seeds I got before the season ends. Oh, there's a ton of them actually. Not bad, all of them. Right. Let's see if we can get rid of one side of this anyway. Do this again. There you are. That'd be nice to get this side done once and for all. Focus on something else. Now let's see. Can we even... I was thinking about here, guys. If we're gonna do this, why not do it right? Wonder could we get away with something like this? I don't think so. How about we went center? No, we'd have to come out too far. Pity. Okay. I don't want to crowd it too much anyway. We'll definitely need some along here. So I could probably squeeze in 2 here. Or we'd be better off with 1 in the center. Nah, we need to fill this up as much as possible. Let's say it in line with these 2. Okay, we'll grab another one. We'll get some sleep and then we'll have a look. See if we can finish up this area and we'll move on. I don't want to pack it too much, but there's not a lot of stuff to decorate with. And then You know, I wanted to fit in as many trees as possible. I think it looks better on the ground. To get that kind of canopy, that kind of forest farm kind of look. Yeah. And we gotta start here shortly as well. Try and squeeze in as many trees as possible, but yeah, I don't know, we'll see. It's kind of bearing out to the side a little bit too much on that, but there. Now let's wait till we get some sleep and then I'll see if I can fit these in properly. What time are we? Gotta check on our guys as well. Right, it's time to sleep. Right, let's check on the farmers, then we'll check on the apprentices. Oh, they're still okay. What about the apprentices? Let me have a look. Okay. Oh, he's done it. No, that's a hunter. What's he now? Farmer. Okay, farmer. Okay. Pretty much done. This guy here is a farmer. Yeah, they're all okay. So far. Right, let's sleep. Now we'll be staying in this season for a good while because it's ideal for building in summer. No stupid storms either. Now let me save this. And then we'll see what we can do with these guys. Perfect. Now I'll just pause this for one tiny second, guys. I just want to check on something. I won't be a moment. Yeah, my feet are getting a little cold, so I just want to fix up this heater here. Blood pressure. Yeah, feet doesn't get a lot of blood, so we'll see. Just one moment. There we go, got it done. Now, okay. So, well, this is the best stuff we could use, really. Let's see where we're going with this. I don't know whether there's about 1 or 2 in here, to be honest, but let's say we'll have a look at this anyway. Let's say we kind of set it up in line with, where are you? The center of that. And the center of that. Push it back a bit more, but yeah. I think we could work with these. Once I've sorted out the position of these, it should be good enough. Doesn't have to be massively perfect. Just to give me that kind of canopy in here. Yeah, that's cool. You can't even see it from the ground. Yeah, you can't. Weird. Oh, you can from there, but that would work. Yeah, it looks kind of okay from there. Yeah, that one would need to be forward a little bit, I'd say. Let me see. There's only one way to figure this out. I think this one is out a bit too much. Not by... it's not really, to be honest. No, I think it's right. Ah, come on. Not by a ton. Not by a ton. There, about there would do. Okay. Yeah, that works about right. Okay. Now, whatever we're going to do here now is the time so we can get out. Okay, we'll go with the classic kind of stuff on this. The usual stuff. I'd like to use a ton of different stuff, but there's not a lot in the game. And this is the best of the bad lot. At least it looks pretty decent, I suppose. There. Now, using an unbelievable amount of these guys. They hide a lot of junk. Just about the right size. Let me have a look. Yeah. That would fill that area up pretty good. Right, we'll be leaving this shortly. Let's see if there's anything else we can add. I doubt it. Oh, I think we're good. I can't pack it too much, obviously. Oh, I think we're fine. Yeah, we got all this, didn't we? Pretty much. Well, there's much more we can do in here. I think we're pretty much covered it. Right, this little area here. We could probably squeeze in a couple more trays. See, I don't want to come out too far with this junk. In and around walls or structures or buildings, it's not too bad. It's a little bit more realistic. Okay, so we'll settle this guy. Maximum of maybe 2 trees. And then we'll have to focus on this. To be honest, yeah, I don't know, I've already done this one with trees, but I might squish in 2. But the rest we'd have to probably go with something like this. That kind of thing. Or something similar. Right, let's get ourselves some trees. Oh, hang on. There's a ton down here is what we have to do. Where is it? Yeah, I suppose we'll finish with the trees down here. We'll be able to get 1 here. I don't know about there. But we'll definitely get 1 here as well. That would be cool. Yeah, I suppose we'll finish with the trees. Okay. Either way, we'll be here for a while, I'd say. Now, let me quickly get something to drink. I better turn off this heater. Just need it on for a little while to warm my feet. I'm both too warm and too cold at the same time. There we go. I'll just get this back in. Right. Let me do a quick audio test. I didn't do one of these when I came on. Yeah, that's perfect. Right, grab a few more trees. And now you see why it's essential to have these grown outside. But with the DLC you can grow them and kind of move them, bring them in. The only other way would be to plant them and hope they look okay. You'd have to wait like a year. This is way better. We'll have our little tree farm out here. And these are the larger ones that can move into the other area. Once I get there. It is a drag having to run out for each one, but it's still way easier than waiting a year for them to grow. And maybe thinking then, oh well, it doesn't really suit. And then having to destroy it. I'll probably need a maximum of 2 in that area. Oh, I need them there, but we'll finish down here first. A place anywhere a mod would be brilliant. Let's see. Yeah, you could fit one there, but I don't know, do I really want to go there? You'll have this lumbering, you know, over the edge here. I don't think I'm too cool with that. It looks like we're only fitting one here, but I'm good with that. One there would suffice. Yeah, that would work. Okay, let's get it decorated. I've tried a ton of different combinations and this is by far the best. By a long shot. And it's pretty quick as well. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I think that would do. Now, we'll ignore this for a tiny bit. And we'll see if we can place one here. And then on the other side. Okay. See, it's using up a lot of trees. You can get away with a lot of stuff like I've done down here, but as you can see in the other settlement, when you can't plant trees, you can... well, I won't say put too much in, but it doesn't give that much of an effect, let's say, you know, compared to spacing it out a lot more. Yeah. Okay. Okay, how am I getting in here?
Why is bread so expensive?
Oh, cool. Oh. That's not a bad spot. Seems to be pretty perfect, though. I don't want to put it here. Let me see. That's a bit better. Yeah, I think I could live with that. Okay, so we go a little bit closer. There we go. Right, I think that would do. Now is the time to finish this, isn't it? Oh, it's killing me, isn't it? Yeah, that's where I like to see. A little closer like that. Okay, that would do. Oh, hi, Tequila. Thanks for following. I appreciate it. And welcome to the community. And how have you been? Yeah, okay, I think that works. Now, okay, let's finish this guy. That was just while we're here to just try and get a finish on it. I'm gonna be coming back later for this one. Oh, hi Ragnar. And what have you been up to? Let's see if we can get this lined up a little better. There we go. Now, you see the ground is on level. You see how it throws something like that. So this is the main reason for these as well. Not to mention it covers a little bit more ground. Just takes that ugly look off of it. There, that's the best I can do with that. That should do it. Okay. Yeah, I think it's the best we can do. Obviously, we don't want to put too much junk in here. So I think once we squeeze one more tree here, yeah, I think we're pretty much done. Oh, this has been done, so let me see. Yeah, go in here and clean this out. I'll see if we can, yeah, maybe get a little something in here, guys. That should be the end of this side. Cool. Oh, hang on. There's still the trees on the... Well, it's the end of this area, at least. Yeah, every time you think you've done this, there's still a ton to do. The sticks and stones, let's say, that kind of spawn in the season, I'll just ignore them, obviously. They come in every season. And then, when I'm absolutely finished, give it one clean, you know, and keep it in the summer. That's it, we're done. Alright, what time is it? Yeah, we'll grab one more before it gets too late. Oops, one moment. Yeah, I used these other trees up. I didn't think I'll be using much of those maple. But, you know, because they're kind of small, not so high, they've been a big help. Oy. On the right side we are. Yeah. Here, wasn't it? Oh, just about. Get it out to about here. Let's see. Okay. Let's see if we can go center on this guy. I don't know. I think we'll pull it out a bit more, obviously. We'll center it out here. I think that works. A little bit of decoration around that and we're good to go. This we'll use coming out this way, I'd say. Yeah, I think it looks okay. Now... yeah. Oh, we'll see. Okay, we go this way. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can go with that, I suppose. Now we'll wait till morning, then we'll have a quick look at this and see if we can spruce this up a little bit. Just a few bars, a few things like that. I've already got a chair in. Yeah. Some of the other junk. And then we finish this section. Oh yeah, and then we've got to work on this. Well, we'll only fit one, so if we could center it a bit more. And then we'll go the plants in each direction. This is okay. Yeah. Can't see how much more we can improve this. And we'll do something in the center, obviously. I'll probably go with another one of those big plants here and something in the center. Okay, let's get some sleep. I don't mind overcrowding it in around those areas, but we need some, you know, some kind of lawn areas as well, like this. Strategically, you know, placed. Okay. This guy. Right. Here, let's check our guys. We're good. Now. Okay. Well, Central is not going to cut it on this. Let's see what we've got. There's not a ton. Is there any point in using one of these? Oh, we've got a very narrow access. Yeah, maybe here. But the problem with that is I would have to fill it with something that's not really doing what I want. Obviously lots of storage. Let me see. Could we... Yeah, hang on. I have a plan. If I could get some kind of central area. Here, let's try it this way. Yeah. I think we could do something with this. Okay, let's see if we can get a good measurement from here. Is going with the larger flowers here is a bit much. Yeah, that's not bad. We've already got that, so I will go with the henbane. You'll get away with the higher plants when you're right beside the hedge. Go with the henbane. Yeah, that works. I could do exactly the same at the back here. Just something to fill it up so it's not so bare. Even if it's not much. Okay, those three are in place. I'm really not sure about these. You could do that. That would work. Definitely worth a look see anyway. Here I suppose should I get that yellow lagoon with the John's wort. I see. Right, let's have a look. I don't know, it's looking like chicory, isn't it? Yeah, it's looking like chicory. I'm not happy with that. Just move the little fraction to the side. There. Okay, chicory. Oh, hang on. I'll get you in a bit more way. Not really. Yeah. I don't know. I think that's the best we could do. I can't see us doing anything else in here. Well, there's not a lot of room anyway. It's different if there's more room. Yeah, I think that would do. Look at something here. Well, this is the sewing hut. So, if we put a padded armor here, it looks like an ideal spot. Yeah. There we go, guys. I don't think we're going to get it much better than that. Going with some more would just kind of ruin what we're doing. It has given me an idea for the rest of the settlement this here. It gives that nice splash of colour. Yeah, I think that works. I don't want to overdo it here, to be honest. And I can't fit a gateway on these. It's probably better open anyway. These are the only ones that will have a chance, but yeah, it's not gonna work. They should have made these with their own gates, would have been cool. Yeah, okay. I'm happy enough with that. Yeah, I think that works. Okay. This little guy. I wonder if all two fit in here. Even at that, it's pushed out quite far, guys. I think I'm gonna sack the tree altogether from here. Yeah, you're gonna be pushed out. It would need to be there at least, probably. No, we could center it, I suppose. Oh, one. I don't know. I'm definitely not feeling this one, but the area is quite big here. You'd really want the tree to be... Let's see, 1, 2... Yeah. There. That's where the tree should really be. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling that one. The problem is... hang on, if we get a good center on this, it might work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's a pretty decent center there. I think it has potential, alright. Well, obviously we'll be going with this here. Going on this side. Yeah, we can just squeeze it in. Yeah, this one might work. Bad to worse. Oh, for goodness sake. Come on now. There. That will be the end of the trees and we'll have to use plants then, I'd say. Oh yeah, it gives me the covering coming in here exactly I needed. Now, the rest will have to go with the heavier plants. Okay, I'll need a save here. Oh, the classic would be... Let me see. I got that there, so maybe... Okay. We have a save anyway. God, I don't want to get too close to that. So what have we got here? bit of a dilemma. Now, it need not be these guys, but I've already gone with a lot of these here. Here, let's finish this one. That I can live with. I would need something similar here. Now, what I could do is use my head a little bit and go with the center here, and then use the white guys. It's coming out a little bit much on the here. So let me see, 1, 2, and then that, and then you have 1, 2, and then that. I would just push both of them together. Wouldn't really work for me. Okay. Okay, let me just get something to drink. Yeah, I think I'll switch over to something else. Yeah, that's better. Now, and this is why it takes so long. Obviously there's certain ground problems and you'll have to change something, and before you know it, you're changing a lot. Okay, I go central. Oh, there's no other way. So what have we got? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, let's see. Well, really, I need 2 of these in. At a minimum. Let's see. Now. Okay. So 1, 2. See, we'll push it there. Not exactly what I was hoping for. Now, the only real way out of this would be to go in there, which gives me that horrible luck. Okay, so let's say we do something like this. Let's see if it looks so horrible. That I could possibly get away with. And then have that on this one here. There's enough distance on that to reasonably get away with that. And then we come here again. And then what do we need? The next one over. Yeah. That's about it there, isn't it? Oh, close enough. You go with white in the middle. Now let's see, is there a better way of doing this? You could just plaster it everywhere, but where's the fun in that? Well, really and truly I'd want to be here. Then you've got too much space here on this. I'm tempted to go on this one here. Let me see. Yeah, it looks a lot better. And that's the space we have, and it's close enough to it.
I'm too old for this. I'm too young for that. I'm sick of it all.
There we go. I think that would work. Yeah, that would do. I have to create that kind of space, that kind of break around this anyway. Moving a bit. It's this one here. Oh, there's a tiny space, isn't there? It's gotta be there. Okay, that will do. I think that's basically enough in that one. Yeah. Okay, I think we're done down here at long last. And this is okay. I want a few open spaces. I could live with that. So, okay, I think we're done down here. I think that's it except for that long patch. We figure out what we want to do there. Yeah, okay. Now. Alright, where's that other part? This is the only thing that's left on this side. Now, again, I'll have to try and squish in as many trees as possible. The problem with this is, well, really, if we don't keep it in line with this, we're pretty much buggered. So, I'm thinking we'll only probably get away with one tree. Even if that. And then the rest will have to be plants going out. Yeah. Yeah, if we don't keep in line with this, we're pretty buggered. Let's see if it will actually work before we even grab one. This is pretty much the line here. No. You would literally have to come out there. Okay, no trees. We'll go from the center with the plants. The problem is we'll have to keep them to the fence. Fair enough. No trees. Well, we can't have it everywhere, I suppose. Okay. Right. Let's see what time it is. Okay, it's almost time for sleep. Now, where we're fitting this big guy, we'll pretty much figure out where we're putting these spaces. Oh, I see. Too much. Oh my. Even that's a bit much. It's very narrow here. There. Just about get away with it there. So we've got 1, 2. We've got 3 spaces. Let's see how this goes. That's our 3 spaces scenario. It's not going to really work that well, is it? What have we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Something like that, guys. Hang on, that's a bit much there. Let me see. Hang on. No, we can't. We have no choice. Yeah, we couldn't push this one back anymore. No, it's gotta be that. It's gotta be 1, 2, 3, 4 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4 of those. 4 of those, yeah. I think that's the best we can do. Okay. These plants. Not working. Oh, we'll get one there. The spacing is kind of decent.
I've got no idea what.
How would it work, these guys? Oh, I see, there's 2 of them. One moment. Here, I better get some sleep. We'll have a look at this again. It needs to be rearranged a little bit. Let's see. What have we got? Find a place to hide this for a moment. One here and 1, 2, 3. Oh, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we'll be there. I don't mind. I suppose it is a little different. Yeah, that works for me. Yeah, that would probably work. Now, here's another thing. Now that we've figured out where we're going, we could probably center him like this. We'd probably be better off. Let me save it here now. Let's see if I can move them out in line. Oh. Yeah. Hang on, we did put that space from this, didn't we? Well, really, we had no choice. Okay. We want to keep a good line with this. This is going to take a bit of time, alright. Oh, for goodness gracious sake, come on. Yeah, roughly. That's definitely worth a look anyway, we'll see. It's not bad, we're getting there. It's not bad. There's a few that need to be adjusted a tiny bit. I'd really have to do it from here. I'd be standing on this if I could. If I can get that one into line. Nearly. Could be the angle I'm looking at it from as well. There. I suppose that's reasonably good. Okay, I think we can live with that. I think we're done here, guys. If we add any more, it's just gonna mess it up. Yeah, I think that would do. Pretty much. Yeah, we can't even attempt to add any more to this. There we go. That's it. Okay, I think we're done here. In Wales, online was surprised at how... Really, it was, yeah? Yeah, that's the longest name for any town or village. That's near Swansea, I think. I've passed through it a lot of times. Yeah, that's the one. I think it's got the longest. Yeah, the longest name. The most letters. 20, was it 30 something, I think. Yeah, the train will bring you right through there. From, not Swansea, Holyhead. From Holyhead into Britain, yeah. Yeah, it's quite a mouthful, isn't it? They must go through a lot of ink writing that. Well, it's a pretty large, hard language. Welsh. There's one there that's kind of really ticking me off. I think it's just the way I'm looking at it, is it? There we go. Yeah, I think it's got the longest name for any town or village. Yeah. Oh, it probably won't, but to be honest... At least could do a little touch. Yeah, it's more like it. I could stay here forever doing this, but... it's more like it. Okay, we got it. Enough. I'll be nitpicking at this for forever. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Okay, I think we're done. That's the left-hand side, or the right-hand side done in about time. Stuck a huge amount of time. But still, it was the one that was the most intricate. You know, the roads and orchards and all of the silly stuff. Right. I think we're finished on that. Now, I wonder where we hit the other side. It's a small area. Yes, one of the best. Yeah. Well, basically, the Scottish, the Welsh, the Irish, and that, they would have coming from the kind of Gaul direction. That would have been, you know, Belgium. Well, what we know today is Belgium, France, and Germany. And they would have settled a long time ago. The tribe then would have kind of fractured into splinters. You know, some came over here and, you know, kind of moved out. And then over time, you know, the language kind of evolved differently. But it would have come from one base language. Irish and Scottish. You know, there's the Scottish Erse as well. A type of language which is very similar to ours, but some, you know, changes obviously. And then there's the Picts. Yeah. Then you had the Anglo-Saxons. They pretty much took over then, and then they were ousted by the Normans. That was about it. Yeah, I think that was the last time that the British Isles was invaded and taken over. Would have been the Normans. Yeah. But it would have been the Celts. Well, what we know today is of the Celts that would have been there first. The Scottish, the Welsh, the Irish. Then you had the Saxon invasion, and then the Norman one. But it wouldn't have even been considered that at the time. You're talking, very, very early Bronze Age, I think. Oh, probably even sooner than that. Now I get something to drink. Well, it's kind of a matter of debate, but as far as I know, it was, basically like all migration. You'd have, probably one large tribe of maybe a couple of hundred, looking for new lands, or maybe had a disagreement within their tribe and they would move out. As generations would go by, they would be pushing further and further. But, when you're going back to, Ice Age time and stuff like that, it's kind of hard to know. But I think the consensus is that they were all one tribe. But it makes sense, From a scientific view, their best guess is the migration would have been, starting from the evidence they've found, would have been from Africa, kind of moving out, and then, let's say when the ice caps receded, more land, and then moving out, and every so many generations keep moving. The reason we've got our skin color now is, let's say, apparently, according to science, there wasn't a lot of sunlight in Europe at the time, during the Ice Age and that, so most of the vitamin C we would be getting would be from that. So we kind of mutated brighter skin to soak in more of that. That kind of natural selection kind of thing. That's their best guess. But let's say, as far as I know, they would have coming from the kind of region in Europe now that would be Germany and France, a large tribe. It's very, very debatable, to be honest. There's a ton of migration routes, and it's just their best guess. Now then you had Neanderthal, which they thought was extinct, but there's a lot of evidence that it was less of an extinction, more of they were kind of absorbed in, if you know what I mean, interbreeding and stuff like that. But apparently everyone has a certain percentage of Neanderthal DNA. I think we discovered this when, genetic science, started to progress. But I would reckon if you could go back far enough, I suppose, there would have been one probably reasonably large tribe that would have eventually, let's say, gone to the areas that would be now, Britain and the islands around. They would have, eventually broken off into groups, then formed their own identities. Much like what would have happened, Max, let's say, if we ever did even, let's say, conquer even our solar system, or let's say, our galaxy. You get humans, let's say they would colonize Mars and, maybe colonize the moon, and some of the other more habitable planets within maybe 100 generations. We would be pretty much strangers to each other, maybe even in conflict, That's how it would usually work. But that would be probably our biggest threat. You've seen them touch on it in sci-fi. It is absolutely fascinating. I did when I was quite young. I I was really into it. I mean, really young, 14, 15, stuff like that. But I found out, let's say, that community is, how could I put this? It's almost like getting into corporate. You know, even if you had the knowledge and you had the qualifications, getting into some interesting jobs, you would have to have connections. You know what I mean? So, yeah, it's pretty tight like that. So, you know, and then to make a living at it, you know, you'd have to be getting, some really good gigs. But absolutely fascinating, of course it is. But they're making more and more new discoveries every day. But as I said, they're not 100% sure. And they found a structure, which seemed to be one anyway, that was dated back to maybe 1.5 million years ago. Done by, some of our ancestors. But it was even in the Guinness Book of Records for a short time as the oldest structure. But, under scrutiny, it didn't really hold up. And there's a possibility that it could have been a natural structure, or maybe some rocks that were moved together through glacial movement, over time. But they couldn't find any place, let's say, where there might have been, any kind of serious living there, and no marks of posts in the ground or anything like that. So, yeah, not enough evidence. Absolutely. Most often, unless you're a politician or in corporate management. I think those guys crawled out of a ditch from beneath a rock. Yeah, but science is always evolving. As we get better technologies, like carbon dating, for instance. Not exactly accurate, but as accurate as we can get. It's like if you go to the UK, there's still a lot of old buildings left, a lot of old inns and taverns and stuff, and there would be huge wooden beams inside supporting them, like the kind of Tudor style kind of buildings. Well, about 90% of those under carbon testing would have all come from this country. This was a very, very forested country. There would have been a lot of ash and stuff like that. And ash back in the 16th century was the real deal for shipbuilding. And shipbuilding was much a boom then, like AI is now. Everyone. That was the new thing. Especially since the failed invasion of the Spanish, the Armada, due to Providence. So we were occupied, obviously, at the time, so all of those forests were cut down. There was huge ash trees, centuries old. As I said, the bigger the better for planks. So the British fleet would have been mostly made from the forests here. There is a small part of it that's preserved, actually, and I think it's in Phoenix Park. A couple of acres of the original trees. Not much that's left. But I remember, I think it was back in the 90s, some idiot wanted to buy it and destroy them and make a shopping complex. But he was torn down pretty quickly. But when they seen what was going on, there was some laws put in, and it was, now it's natural heritage, and it's protected. But yeah, it goes to show you. Like, there's a town close to me that the only thing that's left of a castle, let's say, would have been a massive round tower. It was a huge castle. I think it was built by the Butlers. This would have been around the 12th century. Now, after it was finished, he only stayed in it 20 years and then moved to Kilkenny and built Kilkenny Castle. Apparently, he had a falling out with the locals, and he had to run. He had to run for his life. The castle didn't really protect him that much, so they tore it down around his ears. But over time, people would take some of the stonework, making their own houses and whatever the case may be. And, you know, back in the late 1700s, early 1800s, there was just a tower left. But at that time it was farmland, and some farmer obviously, thought it was a bit of an eyesore, and he tried to destroy it, I think. And he did a good bit of damage, but it was eventually stopped. But it was kind of lumbering on for another century or so. And then I think it was back in the 50s. The heritage guys kind of went in and kind of propped it up now, and it's still there today. But a very, very large tower. The workmanship was unbelievable, to be honest. Still standing after, what's it, 800 years or more. But it was part of a huge, huge complex. Castles they're pretty and beautiful, but that's not what they were made for. They were made for dominance and oppression. They would pick a central site for a castle. Obviously, there was some prerequisites, water source, quarries, lime, all of that stuff. You'd be, kind of strategic in that. But you needed to be in an area where you could get to, anywhere in the country within reasonable time. So you'd be in a nice position. A bit of height is always good, but, it depends. So there would have been there to intimidate and to keep power. You would move, let's say, your whole garrison in, obviously, and you could quell any kind of rebellion, pretty quickly, instead of shipping in troops, which took too long. And then you would prop up the local lords as well. So you'd have a lot of men there. So and there would only be quarters, obviously, for the men. So they had families. So what would happen was, they would build a little house outside the castle, for their families, and more families to come, and before you know it, there's 20, 50, 100 houses. So obviously, when there's that many houses, you'll get a guy that will, kind of start up a shop or some kind of business, and before you know it, you had a little village or town, outside of a castle. This is how most towns and cities kind of occurred in Europe, and especially here, pretty close to it. So a lot of places here, you'll see castles. So in my town, in Limerick, in Waterford, even in Thurles, in Burr, goes on forever. Lots of castles, lots of towns. Now, let's save here and I'll have a look. We'll see if we can get something done on the smaller section. I can't believe I finished that at last on that side. But as I said, it was the hardest by far. And we still got an hour, if I can make it, we'll see. Now there is one more gateway I've got to finish down there, so this should be straightforward. Just the usual decorating, the trees, blah 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 blah. Let's have a look. Okay, we cleaned it up. Now, what I was thinking is on these, about halfway across, we need to start sectioning this a little bit. We'll make sure if all the roadways are in. Yeah. So, first of all, we need a fence about halfway. First of all, we'll clean the area. I can have a better look at what's going on here. You're gonna see a good few haystacks in here, I'd say. Okay. Let me just get this quick cleaning over, see. Pretty good, pretty good. Right. We need a kind of breaker here first. Yeah, a ton. Especially in the UK, in Scotland, Wales, and here in Ireland. Absolutely, in Scotland, yeah. Same here. Yeah, same here. Yeah, but it would have been, let's say, British dominance in the beginning. You know, let's say. But I think the wake-up call for, as I said, for Britain would have been the invasion by the Spanish. You know, if it wasn't for a storm that wrecked their fleet, and they had to turn back, they would have, managed to occupy. You know, they hit at the perfect time. But I think it would have been Queen Elizabeth I, the Virgin Queen, that would have been in power then. Didn't she have her cousin executed in case she was trapped to the throne? Her Scottish cousin, yeah. I think. Yeah, from what I can remember. But that's what started off the shipbuilding in Britain at the time, which, you know, led to their empire. Okay. Now, I want to remember from history at least. But the Vikings themselves, well, they're never gonna really last a long time. The Vikings were pretty much, how can I put this, kind of more of a raider kind of situation. They would come in and take whatever they could and just move off. Then it got to the stage where obviously they had to expand out, new lands, that kind of thing. So they hit the smaller countries and that, and they were successful for quite some time. But siege warfare was not their thing, you know. So if you had a well-fortified town or a city, yeah, you could just wait them out, really. Which tended to happen a lot. I do know they found some, let's say, some early settlements here, I remember. And it would have been, you know, some of the last settlements of the Vikings before they were pushed out after Clontarf, where Ivar the Legless died, Ragnar's son. But yeah, after a lot of digging in that, they found a lot of pretty gruesome stuff. Well, basically, what they did was, let's say, when they were moving out, they did away with their own families, really, because they couldn't escape. They were going to have to fight, obviously, and be killed, and they probably thought quite right that what would happen to their families was exactly what they were doing to other people's families here. So they, yeah, this usually They would strike him a blow, let's say in the back of the neck. And a strange thing they found as well. They found a skull of a female, probably early teens, 14, ish, 13, 14. And yeah, judging by the DNA analysis and that, they were Scandinavian. And yeah, they were put down. But after she was dead, there was a carving on her skull. It was carved in, which was unbelievable. Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. And of course, the expansion. But, after, doing that to the family, which was probably what they thought best, but it was a kind of rune carving on her skull, and I think it basically meant better this way. I don't know. But yeah, they uncovered some pits, and there was a kind of punishment they had for, people that, let's say, were not towing the line. What they would do is they would break your arms and your legs, and they would throw you in a pit and just leave you there till you died. As your moans probably would be a kind of lesson to everyone else. They were pretty brutal. You had the blood eagle and you had a lot of rituals. But yeah, they were eventually pushed out. But then, you were talking about a time in history where, let's say, anything was, anything went, But I remember watching that. That was fascinating. Hi, Dungeon Master. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. And welcome, raiders. But as I said before, there's a lot of Norse ancestry here. But they were here for centuries, so that would be obvious. Even my surname is a Gaelic name, let's say, for the Danish Vikings. So yeah, they would have, probably married into local tribes, obviously, to keep the peace or to set up a kind of ally kind of system, which was very common. That was the way they did it then. There was no law, so what you did was, if you could, you would make your enemy your relation. If they were powerful enough. Better together, I suppose. But that was going on for a long time, let's say, marriages, let's say, to kind of seal a kind of partnership between tribes or even nations. Now, people just marry for money and clout. Okay, let's figure this out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, let's call it 8. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's say here. Oh no, I see we can't. Oh, I see. Well, that's roughly where it is. Okay, I'm thinking from there across. Well, let's see how it looks. It doesn't have to be spot on, but it does have to look reasonably well. I'm guessing here. Let's have a quick look. It looks pretty decent. Yeah, I think we could probably go. I'm not too happy about this, to be honest. Now I have a better. Yeah. I think I know what we'll do with this one. What about this, guys? We take that out for a moment. We take that out for a moment. Then we come back in. And we do something like this. Which I think might be a more sensible approach. But before we put the fence in, we got to make sure these are absolutely perfect. Ah, come on, Croc. Now let's see. Yes, a little bit to the side. Yeah, a lot of countries do. Yeah. Exactly, yeah. Nice. Oh, hi, Blonde. Thanks for the raid, appreciate it. And welcome, raiders. And how have you been, Blonde? 736 years. Ah, yeah, there was an occupation here roughly around the same. About 800 years, yeah. From the 12th, I think, from the 12th century. Hi, Uber, and how have you been? Yeah, we're still on this settlement. Here, let me just save it here and I'll show you what we've been up to. So this is what we've done so far. We've just finished the left-hand side on this. But this is one of the biggest I've ever undertaken, but we'll get it done eventually. Let's get up for a moment. So this is basically our settlement here. This is a huge bugger. But it's the decorating that's really taking the time. There'll be probably about a population of 150 when we're finished. I'll give you a quick look before we carry on. Now there's still a lot of decorating obviously to do, but we're getting there. This is my little house and I'll finish the decorating outside later. But this side here is finished. It's about as much as I'm going to do on this one. So just partially, yeah, like the Roman occupation of Great Britain. Yeah. Yeah, the lesser of two evils. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, there were rough times indeed. This is my little croc henge here. This took quite some time to do. This one was complicated because of the road system and that. But the trees were ambitious, to be honest. There's a lot of trees here. And they have... how could I put this? Yeah, they've got a little bit of animation. They move in the breeze. And that's not great for a cell to have that much animation. But seems to be handling it so far. And thanks for the follow track. I appreciate it. And welcome to the community. No problem. So this is what I've got so far on this. As I said, this is done. I don't have to do anything else. So this is as much as I could squeeze in here within reason. But a staggering amount of pieces on this so far. It'll take a bit of time, alright, to put together. Especially the outlay of it. Appreciate it, Trek. Someday hot tub streamer, correct. And thanks for following, Timmy. Appreciate it and welcome. I hope you've been well. So that's this one. This is done as well, actually. This is the middle section here. Yeah, this one is finished. Yeah, the amount of pieces. I'm impressed with the engine, to be honest, the Unreal 4. Now, that's not mentioning the houses. I've hand placed a ton of objects in these as well, as you can see. So every single house I finished as well. Which obviously put on a good bit of time. Then you've got all the animals and up to 150 NPCs. So there's a lot going on. But the decorations take forever in such a big area. Something like that. That's the middle section. This is the thing that I'm leaving till last to shut down. But I've been doing little bits and pieces when I get an idea for it. So all of this will have to be... Well, this is not too bad. It's just a matter of fencing here. Some of the low fencing and that. This is where most of the crops are done here and a lot of the farm buildings. So you've got that kind of... it's a trade-off, really. I wanted to go with a kind of a wooded town, so I had to really kind of lean into the trees. The trade-off is, you know, it blocks a lot of view from the air. But on the ground, it looks much better. Irish blood as well. Cool. So some of your parents or grandparents are from Ireland, yeah? But I always wanted to do an avenued settlement. They were the best trees for the job. Anything else was a waste of time. So I went with the spruce. And you've got the majestic for the larger ones and the maple as well. That would be those smaller ones. And this is how it looks on the map. So it can be kind of dodgy getting in the lines on the map, so you got to be very careful. Oh, your granddad? Yeah. Do you know what county he was from? So, your granddad, so maybe 50 years in a different we're in. So he would have... No idea. So, no, let's say guessing your age and that, so he would have what? Immigrated maybe in probably, let me see, maybe the 1930s or that, was it? But there's a pretty good record system in this country. Be very, very easy to find out, you know, a lot of your ancestry. There's one good thing about it. They kept a lot of paperwork. You're 48. So, 2 generations. Yeah, it would have been the 20s or, yeah, the early 1900s. Yeah. Most of the Irish that went to the US and to Australia, well, they went to Australia the hard way. But to the US would have been around the 1860s. You know, there was a lot going on here at the time. And they would have landed, you know, right into a civil war. Not a great time to immigrate. Yeah, so it would have been around the early 1900s. So, something like that. Well, my granddad was born in the 1890s. Yeah, they would have come over. Yeah, chances are they would have probably landed in New York and probably been processed through Ellis Island, is it? But the time your granddad came over, there would have been an influenza outbreak. Not influenza. There was another disease. Typhoid. Yeah, there would have been typhoid. So he would have been quarantined there on that island for a while. If he came through in the early 1900s. No problem, I totally understand. I am the same, I'm absolutely wrecked. Thanks for raiding, Blonde. Thanks for stopping in. I hope you've got a good rest. You get a good rest, and I hope you have a great day. Take care, Blonde. Bye. Yeah, it probably would have been Ellis Island. I would have been quarantined for what? 4 or 5 weeks? Yeah. Nice, some new emojis. Emotes, sorry. Yeah, I'm kind of tired myself, you know me. Once I get past 5 hours, I get really tired. Your family crest. Ah, I know my family crest. Yeah. But obviously you want to get the crest, let's say, yeah, obviously on the male side of your family going back. Well, it would be easy enough. You know. Yeah, it would be easy enough. A little bit early. Yeah, not, yeah. Yeah, if you're tired, you're better off too, you know. But you stream about as often as I do, isn't it? About, how many days a week do you do? I can only do 3. Yeah, I used to do a lot more, but I just can't do it anymore. I'm getting too old. Let me see. My family crest, 3 shields, I think a sword and a deer. But it's a common enough crest, and there's small changes, obviously, to it. But, you know, you could always start off your own, you know. Using most, let's say, from your family, or using a kind of combination of, you know, from both sides of your family. Coil, yeah. It is. Yeah. It is, yeah. Usually 4. I do 3, yeah. But Coil more than likely would be an anglicised version of your granddad's name. Like my surname is very, very similar to Coil. But in Gaelic it's a lot different, you know? A lot different. So I'm guessing there would be an O'Fada in his name, which just basically meant son of. It would be O here, and let's say in Germany, Van in the Netherlands, D in France, You know, that kind of stuff. O'Brien, now that's definitely an Irish name. So yeah, something like this, guys. Oh yeah, and this side, we're working on this. This will be the taverns when they're done, but I've still got a lot of decorating to do. It's the biggest project I've ever took on, with the sheer amount of decorating. But after this playthrough, I'm totally done on this because I've gotten all my achievements. I've played both maps. You know, I've no reason to play it any longer. Here will be our large park, and I've got a mill and everything else down here. But there's still a lot to do down here. Well, when it's finished, it'll be okay. I'll take my time. What else am I doing anyway? Yeah, Irish women, oh my god. I think that's why so many Irish men immigrate blonde. Because of Irish women. Oh. Yeah, all the animals here, but it still needs the decorating and plants and stuff. And this is for our hops and stuff. I've got a ton more houses down there. And a ton of orchards. It's going to take a bit to finish this, to be honest. Even though I put so much into it. But can't stop now. So yeah, a lot to do. No. I've seen a lot of women in a lot of different countries, and by far Irish women are the most, how could I put this, set in their ways. Yeah, would be the best way of putting it. The most diplomatic. Right, just let's load this up. Or hang on, I'll need to sleep anyway, won't I? Yeah, we'll just get a snooze in and then we'll hit this in the morning again. But I've still got another half an hour and then I'm off till the weekend again. I stream Tuesday, Friday and Saturday evening Eastern Standard Time, about 8 to 9 PM. Which is early the next day in my time. My time I stream about 1:30 AM. I have a lot of sleep issues and I'm usually awake at that time. No, we can't go to next season yet. We've got too much to do. Stubborn to the core. Yeah, yeah. Ah, the rain. Oh well. Now let's just take a quick look at our NPCs and see how they're doing. I've been kind of rotating a few of these. Let's see how they're doing. Okay, they're still okay. I think the farming thing is done, is it? Yeah, pretty much. I better move these guys around. Okay, let me see. Yeah, let's move them around a bit. Okay. We'll put you into hunting anyway for a moment. Okay. Where's production? We'll get another guy in here. Oh, I see. Okay, where's the herbalist? Yeah, okay, you could do with some company, I'd say. Now, he's a hunter, and there's one more guy to sort out. There he is. There. Now, let's check these guys for a moment, our apprentices. Well, the farming is done anyway, isn't it? Okay. So anything else, I'd say? Now, where's production? I just gotta sort this out before we move on. Okay, okay. There. Now let's have a look. Blacksmith. Oh, this. Oh, it doesn't really matter about her for a moment. There's one that I need to get rid of. Production. Okay, we'll put her on a well. Sorry about this, guys. I just need to sort this one out before we go on. There. That should do it. Gotta lay down. Take care, mate. Thanks for stopping in and following Trek. Appreciate it. Have a good rest. Have a great day. Take care and stay safe. Bye. Unfair skin is from the Finnish side. There's a good few blondes here as well. It came in with Vikings. The occupation of the Vikings. Yeah. Nice, yeah. When I was quite young, my hair was blonde, but once I got to about 4, it started to darken. Which is common enough here. Well, a good few redheads here. My granddad on my mum's side, he had very light red hair, but yeah, it skipped a few generations, which it tends to do.
Ow!
Now, yeah, I want to be getting that really, really close, guys. I don't think that's gonna work. Let's see. Yeah, we'll see. See, I would want to be going pretty tight. And it's kind of leaning out a bit too much. You see what I mean? That's totally not what I want. Okay, so that's a dead loss. Okay, we'll go the original way. And I'll see if I can go probably each side of it might be better. Finland, the 1920s. Oh, definitely, yeah. I suppose, yeah, that's where the blonde hair comes in. Hi, Jaeger. Now, let's give this another shot. Yeah. You remember that mod we used on Fallout 4 Blonde? Place Anywhere. God, it would be extremely helpful here. Not just for the neatness factor of it. It would be a godsend when it came to lighting. You know, hiding those lamps. Okay, well, I'll have to do this old school. See, this is what I'm not liking. Do you see that space? Now, and I don't think a double one would work with this, would it? I'd give it a shot though. Well, it's not bad. Let's see if we can do it with a double. The ground is kind of bringing it away. Tad. Not the worst, to be honest. Let's see what it looks like on the other side. I'm never a big fan of these on the outside. But let's see. You'd probably get away with it alright. No, there's that or there's another system we could use. Yeah, it's pretty good. No, I was saying Place Anywhere would be extremely handy to me here. For instance, if I had the Place Anywhere mod on this, you know, when I was putting these guys in, I would hide the entire piece within the tree, just leaving the light out. It would be awesome. Yeah, on these guys here. Some kind of roof on. Oh, you mean on the Fallout London? Yeah, so there's a bit of building in Fallout London as well. That's cool. Okay. Now, personally myself, we'll move these for a moment. It's an interesting one. And I think we'll have a look at these other plants here for a moment. Now, I'm thinking probably these ones would be a better fit. Personally. Way better, isn't it? It really hides that. There we go, guys. Yeah, that's what we want. Right, we'll go with that. It's kind of interesting look, that one there. Let me see. I don't know. I really wanted to seal these off. Probably make a little garden. I don't know if we get away with that, will we? Ground would have to be extremely level for something like that. Oh, that's okay there. To be honest, I don't think we'll get away with all of it, will we? But that's all I need for the time being on this. Now, I'll obviously have to do something similar here. Oh, God. Right. I think I'll just fill it up with decorations and then we'll kind of move on bit by bit. What I'm going to do with those trees... A center point would be pretty decent. I think I could go with a center point. Oh, okay. I don't know, there's something about that that just doesn't look right. You know that? Okay, let's just move this out. I'll find somewhere for it, obviously. Okay, we'll leave it there for a moment. Right. I'll need fencing here anyway for starters. This is going to be a complicated little guy. Hang on, we need to go with, okay, we'll be starting from here. Starting to get dark, guys. See if we can get some sleep. Well, every time you do a lot of building and this takes the game to a little while. No, it's not. It's just dark because of the stupid storm. Okay, I'll keep going with this for a little bit. I'll clear out some of those plants in a minute. Okay. I think we go with the old stuff on this. Now let's see. I don't know if we can keep fitting these here. It's pretty close to the house. Oh, it worked out perfect. The measurement was absolutely perfect. Well, that was lucky, wasn't it? Yeah, we got it. Right. Now. I just need to straighten it up a tiny bit. Now, this junk here. It's really not doing it for me. Let's remove some of this. Oh, the easiest way of doing that would be this. There we go. I'll leave those berries there. It's not too bad. Oh, before we do anything, I want to figure this out. I'll definitely be coming in here with the slight railings. We'll be dragging it down here. This was kind of made at an angle, obviously, so this might be a bit of an issue. Yeah, you can see it there. Okay. What do I want to do here? Well, we'll just throw some junk in there, really. I could run it right into the plant, I suppose. Might not be too much of an issue. Okay, let's see. There. Well, obviously on the center we would put this pretty little thing in. Probably. Yeah. I can get some junk in here in a moment. London Bridge, so it's landing a lot of resources collecting and time. So it's taking. Ah. So you can build on Fallout London. Cool. That's pretty decent, actually. I can probably cut it in from here. I doubt it. Let me see. Oh my god, no. Yeah, let's just see. You could, I suppose. And the measurement out here from the side. I'd have to do a measurement from here as well, but I think we could work this one. I think we could do this all right. Obviously straighten that up a tiny bit, but okay, let's see. I just come out the bare minimum. Time is it anyway? Yeah, we still got a bit. Let's see if I can get some kind of look on this guy. Which I'm off for 2 days after this, so I should have a lot of this done. I'll probably concentrate on this side and the entrance up here, getting this finished. And probably have a bit done in the centre as well. I'm hoping to get this out in another couple of streams if I can, so I can move on to another game. But at the same time, I want to do it properly, you know. Yeah, I needed out that fraction anyway. Okay, let's give it a shot. Oh, 6 settlements, yeah? Oh, I don't even know about that. That seems to be all for it. Okay. It's more of a there kind of thing. Okay. Yes, getting this back in on the other side is the thing, isn't it? Yeah, it's pretty straight. Okay, I think that might do. Yeah, I think this might do. I'll just get this done. Yeah, the sheer amount of plants and stuff I'm putting in here, really abusing this engine. Massively abusing this engine. God, this storm. Something like that, then I can go up with the other plants. Yeah, I think that would probably work it. We'll come across with something similar on these. I don't know, might be able to get clotheslines in here. We put something center. Smack in the clothesline will be good to go. Now I'll most likely need another one of these. Coming out, going all the way down to the fence. There's a bit of a turn on this. Yeah. It could take me a while to get that one in as far as there is that turn. We should be able to get something running on it. Now here I can move in a tree or two or something so we can kind of fill this area up. I'll definitely get one in anyway. And just work with a few of these for a moment. Wow. Come on, don't be so silly. Okay for the time being anyway. Yeah, I can come out of the trees later. I still have about 5 minutes. Let's see if I can grab one of these trees. I'll put the gates up later. No rush. Has 2 more updates this month. And has been messing with mods, especially on Xbox. Yeah, it's not even a mods. Let's say out for the mods, Blonde. Can you tell me any time that BGS did an update on the game that they didn't break it? Because I know they did the anniversary edition for Fallout 4 that pretty much ruined the game. They did next gen update that they still haven't fixed. What's going on 2 years now? Still haven't fixed that. And there was an update before that they messed up again. Pretty much rinse and repeat. But they did say they'd patch it and fix it, but all they seem to be fixing is the store. Unbelievable. The game is still broken, they won't fix it, but they'll fix the store to sell you more stuff for a broken game. More stuff that I might add that they're charging money for, which you can get free versions of that are a lot better for free. Selling you paid mods that are way more inferior than the free ones. Gotta love the strategy. Yeah, it seems to be they go out of their way these days to break the free mods. But you know why? Yeah, so they can sell more paid mods. Pretty much. Yeah. Well, like, they would like to say, that's it, guys. No more guys working here with free mods. Yeah, not allowed on the platform anymore. Which they could do. It's their platform. But the backlash would be tremendous. They would probably go bankrupt. Nobody would play their games. So they can't do that. But they can keep putting these updates, you know, breaking mods as many times as they can. So the guys making the mods will say, nah, we're done. Yeah, we're done. With limited mods, because I can't quit Fallout 4 even if it's broken. Yeah, it's horrible. But it's a pity to see them with the IP. They will eventually put it in a stage where it's literally unplayable, Jaeger, and they'll just walk away. But I'll say one thing. When they do, I won't say if they do. When they mess up the next Elder Scrolls and Fallout, yeah, I'll be pretty much done then. Oh, nah. He would be pretty small fry to BGS and that. But like, he's doing paid mods, so they're getting what? What is it again? They're getting about 80% of his revenue. So no, I'm sure. But they wouldn't really take him into account, to be honest. You know? Oh, 76 is a travesty, to be honest. But what is it? I think it's 30 or 40% BGS takes. Microsoft, obviously, will take another 30 or 40%. And then there'll be smaller fees as well. So, I would say for every buck you get 20 cents. And then with that 20 cents, you've got your expenses, you've got your accountants, you've got to pay your taxes. Yeah, pretty cool. But, you know, obviously, you know, BGS are just doing it for the love of the game. That's why they've got paid mods. Game Pass is... I don't know about Game Pass. I've always said right from the beginning that it was ill-conceived. Well, you gotta look at it from BGS's point of view. if that game is not making them enough revenue, Blonde, they're not going to waste their time fixing it when they're on other dumpster fire games that they'll manage to get everyone obviously on release. But they pretty much ignored it for 18 months, didn't they? And then lo and behold, they said they were going to do patches when they wanted to sell the anniversary edition. You know? Yeah, but that's like if your house burned down. You know, just after your house burned down, that your landlord said, well, we're lowering the rent. You know, too little, too late. More mod space, so they can sell you more mods. That's all it is. You know, it makes the situation worse if that's possible. What are they going up? Another 2 gigabytes, is it? Yeah. There was a reason why they only give you 2 in the beginning, because the game is pretty unstable and always has been, especially when it comes to building. But they don't care as long as you use that space to buy their mods. No, I wouldn't blame you. All it is just some of the really old, mostly skins and rubbish and stuff. You know, that really, really boring stuff. Yeah. Yeah. But apparently they've got a system, I've heard, Jaeger, where, let's say if a mod takes X amount of room, let's say 200 megabytes, okay, small mod. Well, actually it takes a little bit more, so you can't really tell. Yeah. I've heard a lot of people complaining about it, you know. Yeah, all rubbish, yeah. I can't I can't see how they would have, to be honest. But it would be interesting to see. Like what, 10 years after they fixed it? When everybody's not playing it anymore? I would imagine that would have been better if they had to fix that, you know, within a few months of launch. From what I can see, what's happening there, Blonde, is you've got overlapping cells from the settlers, from the settlements, and what tends to happen is when you zoom in at a certain time during a cell reset where the settlement would tally up all the resources and stuff like that, it accidentally tallies up some of the resources from another settlement, or vice versa. And then let's say it will have this number that it has, and then let's say, you know, when it comes in again and the number doesn't match with what's been taken out, it bugs out. It just bugs it out, yeah, and it goes haywire. To be honest, I don't think even BGS themselves could explain, but that's as close as I came to it. After playing thousands of hours in that game, and especially, I've tried everything to avoid that. And usually the only way to avoid that is to fix up your settlement, those 3, and just get out quickly. And try not to go back during its cell reset. And how I know that it tallies up the stuff from another settlement. You know Ada, the robot from the DLC? I had her in Sanctuary. And I had a robot station in Red Rocket. And I was fixing up some robots, you know, I was using them as, you know, supply line. And it gave me the option to fix up Ada from Red Rocket, even though she was in Sanctuary. So I said, okay, that's a bit strange. So then a couple of days later I tried it again, and I didn't get the option. And I'd be doing stuff, and sometimes I would get the option, sometimes I wouldn't. So I eventually tracked down the thing, and basically I could get the option to fix up Ada roughly in around the same time we were getting a cell reset. You know the cell reset where they put back all the enemies and stuff in dungeons? Usually on BGS games it's about 30 days in game. So what I did was when I found that, let's say when I could do that, and then I counted the days later, and it's roughly about 30 days around the southern side. So that, and plus I had a bug one time, and I could literally see the cells, but they're just like domes, guys, like on Mars, and it's like a mosaic of pieces, triangles and stuff like that, and all different colors. I'm sorry I didn't take a screenshot of it, but it was a horrible bug. But I could literally see the cells, and the cell from Sentry is going all the way to the water tower. Yeah, all the way to the water tower. So, they would have had a chance if Sentry wasn't there, I suppose, to avoid that bug. But if you see all of the other settlements, and there's a good bit of distance between them, just those 3 settlements, especially where Red Rocket is, not good. So that's my theory on it anyway. Now you'll hear guys saying it's something to do with the workbench and the way it adds up and that, but they're going to have to explain to me, the situation where, if one cell is bleeding into another, I'm sure that's affecting it, You're building on a Red Rocket. Nice. Now let me get something to drink. I think we're almost done here, guys. Oh, I've got a very important medical appointment, guys, Monday. As I said, there's a small possibility that might keep me in for a day or two. It depends on my results. So, if you don't see me for my Tuesday stream this time next week, I've probably been kept in, but I should be out by the weekend. But just a tiny possibility of it happening. I don't know if I'll get a chance, to post on Discord about it. But we'll see. But yeah, I don't think they'll hold me. But you never know with these guys, you know what I mean? But this appointment that I'm going to now, they're kind of no-nonsense crews, so if, they're not sure of anything, they will absolutely hold me. Preston, yeah? Oh, I'm sure it will. It's just routine, but, just in case. That's it, guys. We've done 6 hours. Let me just save in here. I hate it when it rains in this. It really puts me off when I'm building. So, where are we? Over here. Let's save back here where I can do it later. No, I definitely need a rest today, but I should be able to get a few hours in on this by the time I'm back. I want to get out of this game now and get something else done. But as I said, at the same time, I want to make sure this is finished properly. But with me working on it, let's say, when I'm not streaming, we should be able to get a good bit done. There we go, everything's all safe. Good, yeah. And I always seem to check for that. When I had my injury as well, that was the first thing they checked for tumours. And that's the first thing they'll give you the all clear on. Yeah. So anything after that is a bonus, to be honest. Because that's the worst possible scenario, So that's good, obviously, Yeah. But the same when let's say when I smashed my neck and, well, it was strange enough, there was no pain at that time in my neck. It was in my hip. Yeah, it was affecting my nervous system, obviously. Kind of sciatica thing. But yeah, they give me a lot of tests. Absolutely, yeah. You'll still suffer, obviously, with it, but, at least it's not that. But they'll always rule that one out. Right, so that's me done, guys. So, I will be back. Yeah, absolutely, Jaeger. I will be back, excuse me. I will be back for the weekend, guys, for Friday and Saturday. And thanks for being here, Corn. I appreciate it. I hope you have a great day and take care. And you too, Jaeger. Have a good one. So yeah, I will be back for the weekend, guys. I should have a lot done by then. But surely with Friday and Saturday, going up to Tuesday again, I should be able to get to another game. But it depends on how much I can do on this. Yeah. This one is the biggest I've ever tackled, decoration-wise, obviously, in size, so it's going to take a little bit longer. But yeah, a bit of a challenge. Well, it's just a matter of time and grinding it out, you know, just like everything else. So, yeah, that's me done. My pleasure, guys. Thanks everyone for following, for lurking, for raiding. I appreciate it. Hope to see you all next time if you have the time. So, goodbye, Jaeger, Corin, Suburban Werewolf, Young if you're watching. Have a good one, guys, and take care. Also, Blonde, Terry, Hufflepuff, Tigger if you're watching. Have a wonderful day, ladies. So let's see what else. Here we have Trek. It's Trekkie, is it? Yeah, Trek. Thanks again for following. Let me see what else we have. Okay. Oh, Doberman. Yeah, thanks for being here. And Uber, have a good one. And you too, Max, take care. We have Ragnar. Take care, Ragnar. Nice to hear from you again. And of course, Tequila. And thanks again for following. Have a great day. And Victor, stay safe, Victor. And of course, Kitten. And hope you and the hubby are doing great, Kitten and the family. And that's everyone I can see. Yeah, I think I mentioned Young and Suburban Werewolf. Take care, guys. So that's everyone I can remember, and if I have forgotten anyone, of course, my apologies to whomever I might have forgotten. And again, thanks to everyone for watching, guys. Yeah, back again for the weekend. Hope to see you here again if you've got the time. Until then, take care, stay safe, and be like Croc. Take care, guys. Okay, we'll do this raid. We'll raid some of our friends. We'll say hi. And yeah, bear with me for this if you can. Just takes a little bit. You'll get the Xbox thingy, and yeah, we should do this quickly. I'll lurk on the stream, obviously, but within 5-10 minutes, I'll be knocked out. I'm wrecked. So take care, guys. Right, let's see who's streaming. Oh, my back. Right, let's do this.